The moment the voice exploded inside everyone's head at once, the world changed. Humanity has ravaged nature. The universe initiates its punishment. The global apocalypse has arrived. From this day on, one disaster per month. All human technology disabled. Each person receives one random shelter. Your current residents, each with a single talent. Use it well. Survived. When humanity is wiped out, Earth enters a new era. Endure 10,000 disasters and become the eternal sole master of the planet. A second ago, I was still at the office, getting chewed out by my boss. The next, the air twisted around me, and I was sitting on my own couch. I blinked, completely lost for a moment. A second later, a chill shot up my spine. That hadn't been some hallucination. The end of the world was coming. I'm 23. My adaptability's decent. I took a deep breath, forced my shaking hands steady, and finished reading the note that had appeared out of nowhere on the table. 10 minutes from now, the first disaster arrives. Theme: extreme heat. Global minimum: 60 degrees Celsius. If you die, nobody's going to pity you, because everyone will be too busy staying alive. Open shelter panel, I said, testing it. Swish, a translucent data window popped up. Shelter, unnamed level 0 owner, suit e-space. 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bath, safety, 1 comfort, 1 food. Bread times 5. Instant noodles times 2 cases. Dry noodles times 2 bags. Snacks times 3 bags water. Beverages times 4 bottles. Beer times 8 bottles. Bottled water times 2 jugs. Apocalypse survival points. 0. Current disaster. Extreme heat. Launching soon. Mission: survive unactivated talents. 1. Pretty detailed for a prank. If this is somebody's idea of a joke, they went all out. I yanked the curtain aside and looked down. The street had already erupted. People came stumbling out of the stairwell half-dressed, faces twisted with panic, some making a beeline for the corner store. I was just hauling bricks at the construction site. How the hell am I suddenly home? We're screwed. No phone signal. Is tech really dead? Boss, pull out all the longest-lasting food. And give me 100 jugs of ice. Get lost. It's the end of the world. Your money's just paper now. Steel shutters rattled down one after another, and cops started shoving their way into the crowd. I didn't go down. 5 minutes left. There was no time to run out and stock up now. Phone, no signal. Outlets, no power. I twisted the faucet. Water was still running. If this disaster is real, I need to do this now. I dug out every basin and bottle in the apartment, ran to the bathroom and filled them, cranked the tub's shower head to full, filled my insulated bottle and dropped in ice cubes. A thermos holds in cold just as well as heat. I didn't dare open the fridge even once. That little pocket of cool air inside might be my last ace. Then I tugged my collar open and splashed cold water on my face and neck, getting my skin wet ahead of time. 1 minute left. 60-degree heat, all tech dead. With what little I had, I wouldn't last 3 days. There was only one road left. Activate shelter talent. Unactivated talent detected, activating. A flash of white light burst in front of me. As it faded, new words surfaced. Congratulations. You have obtained the shelter talent. Homebody's Haven, SSS-rank. For every 24 hours spent in the shelter, randomly receive 1 survival reward that you currently need most. As the shelter levels up, the talent strengthens accordingly. I froze. SSS-rank. The highest tier in the whole talent ranking. Stay home, and I get rewards? And it specifically hands me whatever I'm short on, filling in the gaps? I almost laughed out loud. This isn't an apocalypse. This is letting me win lying down. The words were barely out of my mouth when a scorching heat pressed down from nowhere. The air went bone dry in an instant. Every breath felt like swallowing fire. I whipped around. The sky outside the window had already gone blood red. Heat was pouring in through the window I'd forgotten to shut, rolling into the room in waves. Damn it. I grabbed the curtain to wrap my hand and slammed the window shut through gritted teeth. The steel bars of the security grill were so hot I hissed and snatched my hand back. Earth was heating up even faster than I'd thought. Screams from downstairs cut through the walls. It's so hot. What the hell kind of weather is this? I'm dizzy. I think I've got heat stroke. Thud, and then nothing. The sun had swelled a size larger, dumping out heat like a madman. Out on the street, the frail collapsed one after another, and nobody stopped to help. Everyone was sprinting for home. In that moment, the whole world understood. This was no hallucination. The end had truly come. I couldn't save anyone else. I could only look after myself. In just a few minutes, I was drenched in sweat, lips cracked, head spinning. My body was dehydrating fast. I stripped down, chugged a whole bottle of water, and climbed into the tub. But the cold water in it was visibly turning lukewarm. The disaster notice said minimum 60 degrees. It didn't say it wouldn't go higher. I picked out the food that would spoil fastest and forced it down despite the heat. Good thing I'm enough of a shut-in to keep some food and drink stocked. The people with no habit of stocking up, the first to die were probably them. I grabbed pen and paper and forced myself to think it through calmly. The talent gives a reward at noon tomorrow. The thing I need most. Heat causes dehydration, so what I'm shortest on should be water, but my current water can last a few more days, while food rots fast in this heat. So it's more likely to give me food or drinking water. As for how it gets delivered, falling from the sky? No idea. All I could do was wait. At night, the temperature eased a little, and people came out scavenging for food again. But not a single word of official rescue came through. All tech dead, disaster striking out of nowhere. Global order had been ripped up by the roots overnight. Even if someone was still organizing rescue efforts, it'd be a drop in the bucket. Next month, a brand new disaster. We'd all become someone else's toys. Relying on anyone was pointless. If I wanted to live, it was on me. How? Stay home. Noon, day 2. I lay sprawled on the bed in a daze and glanced at the clock. It was time. The words were barely out of my head when a line popped up before my eyes. Talent triggered. Random reward obtained. Ice water maker, D-rank. White light flashed on the floor, and a large chest freezer appeared out of thin air. A line of text floated above it. Ice water maker, D-rank permanent refrigeration with built-in cold storage. Produces 10 servings of drinkable ice water every 24 hours. Drinking it lowers perceived body temperature by 5 degrees for 2 hours. No more than 10 servings can exist at once. My comfort jumped from 1 to 11. I rushed over and flung the lid open. A blast of frosty white air hit my face, so cold I nearly cried out. Like diving into an air-conditioned room at high noon in midsummer, so good it knocked the breath out of me. Inside sat 10 bottles of ice water. I unscrewed one and took a sip. Drank D-rank ice water. Status obtained. Perceived temperature -5 degrees, lasting 2 hours. Coolness spread down my throat and through my whole body. My burning hot skin finally settled, and the sweat stopped. Bliss. With this machine, heat stroke and dehydration were no longer a problem. The biggest hurdle of a heat apocalypse. I'd solved it with one mouthful of ice water. I was about to take a closer look at the freezer. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the door, frantic pounding. The hammering was fast and heavy. I went rigid in an instant. Instinct told me there was a group of people out there, intentions unknown. I held my breath and stayed dead still, not making a sound. It was my first time living through an apocalypse, but I understood how unpredictable people get in the face of disaster. The whole world had collapsed. Who knew if it was a neighbor out there or some predator? Forget opening the door. Even answering would be stupid. Anyone in there? Open up. We're from upstairs. A burly man's gravelly voice. I tensed up more, quietly sidled over to the cabinet, and pulled out 2 kitchen knives, gripping one in each hand. Damn it, empty again. Weird. Didn't they say everyone got sent home? There should be someone in here. Brotherly, don't bother waiting. Probably passed out from the heat. Not worth the time. Just our luck. Another poor bastard. Someone kicked the door a few times, venting, and the footsteps gradually faded. From start to finish, I hadn't made a sound. I stood there another half hour, making sure nobody doubled back, before pressing up to the peephole. The hallway was empty. From what they'd said, they'd already searched plenty of apartments, and seen corpses too. But one thing I was sure of, my talent really was enough. As long as I stayed home, I could ride out this first month with ease. You can never let your guard down. If someone caught sight of this freezer, Law was already gone from this world. Who could guarantee no one would get ideas? I dragged tables and chairs to the door one by one, then pushed the fridge over, piling up anything that could block it. The whole strategy was simple, turtle shell. Let the storm rage out there. I'm just not coming out. I wasn't worried about the windows. The curtains stayed drawn. The security grill was hot enough to melt. and no idiot was going to climb to the 6th floor barehanded. With the door barricaded, I hauled all the food and water into the freezer. The thing refrigerated without power. I didn't understand the mechanism, but I knew how to use it, and that was enough. Then I chipped off some ice into the tub, stripped, and soaked, sipping ice water with my eyes half closed. Bliss. An SSS-rank talent lived up to the name. I just didn't know what tomorrow would bring. I was still enjoying it when a notification rang in my ears again. Congratulations. Everyone hearing this is a lucky soul who survived today too. Daily Apocalypse broadcast. Surviving shelters worldwide. 8.2 billion plus. Vanished yesterday. 1.3 billion plus. Today's change. Temperature rises another 10 degrees. No cooling at night. My heart sank. If 60 degrees was this brutal, 70 would kill droves. Vanished shelters meant the death toll. On day 1 alone, the world had lost 1.3 billion. Day 1 survival reward. A city-based shelter communication and trading platform is now open. Any goods may be freely traded. Fraudsters forfeit 10 times the goods. A collective reward, divided by city, with free communication and trading. This was looking more and more like a game. Except the stakes were all of humanity's lives. A new panel popped up before me, exactly like an online game chat box, labeled Jinling is Shelter Channel at the top. The messages below started scrolling like crazy. Unnamed. Anybody there? Unnamed. Yeah, dying of heat. Is this really the apocalypse? Unnamed. It's this late, and you still haven't accepted it? I've got 2 liters of drinking water to trade for food. Posted it on the platform. Big Dragon. Shelter, what rank are your talents? I'll go first. I'm A rank. Feels like I can make it. Unnamed. Do we not have to use real names? I'm not saying my talent, in case you're bad people. Unnamed mom. Dad. Where are you? It's me, Danielle. Unnamed. Danielle, can you stop flooding the chat? Everyone here's dying of thirst. The whole screen was missing persons, cries for help, and trades. The few who dared discuss their talents were mostly the ones with good enough talents that survival wasn't an immediate worry. Some claimed to be officials, calling for everyone to unite all available strength. But these days, who could swear there wasn't a con artist among them? I said nothing and opened the trading interface. Trade. 1 liter of urine, sweet flavored. For food, no crap please. Trade. 1 bottle of mineral water, food that stores well only, half a day's adult portion, no pocket knives. Trade. Collector's Edition Ancient General's Armor Set, with sword and bow, a must-have for the home. Only for 7 days worth of food and drink. Trade. Neighbor hoards grain, I hoard guns. The neighbor is my granary. Heavy crossbow set with 20 free iron bolts, for 5 days food and drink. Gold bars and jewelry were posted in piles with nobody biting. Meanwhile, that sweet-flavored urine hit trade successful in the blink of an eye. In a world gone to hell, food and water are the hard currency. I looked down at the half bottle of ice water in my hand. Worth a shot. I posted the half bottle of ice water, stating the terms clearly, only trading for food and weapons. All the info was public, anyone could tell it was a talent item. That was the only way to show its weight, and hiding behind the anonymous, unnamed tag, I had nothing to fear about being exposed. The ice water had barely been listed. Less than 2 seconds. You have a new order. Please respond promptly. That was fast. The order was from another unnamed shelter. 2 cases of instant noodles for my ice water. 2 cases of instant noodles, rationed carefully, that could last 3 days. But I wasn't in a rush to accept. Orders stay posted for 24 hours, and I wasn't short on food. Besides, as long as the trading platform existed, swapping ice water for food was a no-cost business. In weather like this, nothing was worth more than water. You have a new order. You have a new order. You have a new order. The alerts blurred into one continuous stream. I opened them up and almost lost it. Bro, you around? Trade for some food? 1 big bottle of sweet-flavored liquid. 1 bottle for your half. Total steal. 3 packs of good cigarettes for half a bottle. This stuff's gonna sell in the apocalypse for sure. Hey, a beauty's latest cute panties. 7 assorted colors. Satisfaction guaranteed. Cyber seduction? It's the end of the world, and people still want to trade 7 colors of underwear for my life-saving water. Can you eat that? I couldn't be bothered to reply. But the alerts wouldn't stop. Anyone could see how precious that fixed -5 degree effect was, a lifesaver at the critical moment. Plenty knew its value, but they all wanted a bargain. So I just locked the trade category down. Food and weapons only, everything else blocked. The world finally went quiet. 2 hours later, one message made my eyes light up. Plant bread, D-rank once eaten, fully replenishes a day's nutrition and stamina, though hunger remains. 2 for your half bottle, an absolute steal. Interesting. Like my ice water, this bread was a special item produced by a shelter. Trading wonder for wonder, each taking what they needed. I accepted at once. Order trade successful. 2 palm-sized loaves of wheat-colored bread dropped into my hands, fragrant. I bit into one, faintly sweet, really good. But just as I was licking my lips, something flashed in my head. My talent hands out whatever I need most. The first time it gave water, because I was short on water. So, if I traded my way to enough food and water, what would tomorrow's reward become? If it changed, didn't that mean I could control what the reward was? I sat bolt upright. This was the right way to use this talent. Everyone on Earth had a shelter. To survive, you had to learn to manage it. And I could personally decide what my next reward would be. I turned and pulled 5 bottles of ice water from the freezer, posting them up, food only. In under 2 hours, the requests overwhelmed the interface. I picked the bulk, long-lasting stuff, instant noodles, crackers, the more the better. Wonder food was too pricey. I couldn't trade for many. The dry goods I got for 5 bottles of water filled half the bathroom. Rationed out, it'd easily last over 2 weeks. Food, solved. I flopped back onto the couch and scrolled the Jinling channel, hoping to quietly scope out the situation outside. The moment I opened it, the whole screen was calling for me. Ice water bro around. A few more bottles, name your price. At Ice Water Bro, I just risked my neck raiding the supermarket, begging for 1 bottle of water. Who's Ice Water Bro? We've got influencers in the apocalypse now. Ice Water Bro's way bigger than any influencer. Drink that water and you drop 5 degrees. It's about to hit 70. 1 bottle can save your life. I sucked in a breath. Those few bottles of water out there were already being flipped by resellers. Ice Water Bro's ice water. Starting at 10 cases of instant noodles. Highest bidder wins. Single sip edition now live. Tested it myself. Even 1 sip cools you down. Special. 5 packs of noodles per sip. End of the world, and they're still working the markup. The merchant instinct really is carved into the bone. And I finally saw clearly just how valuable this thing in my hands was. Sold too cheap. I sighed, but didn't rush to list the rest. In all of Jinling, only I could produce ice water. The few bottles on the market hadn't been absorbed yet. Listing more would only drive the price down. Wait until they'd drunk theirs dry, until they were out of options. That was when my profit would peak. In the apocalypse, your own life comes first. Whether others live or die has nothing to do with me. 8 p.m. The temperature hadn't dropped. The 10 extra degrees added during the day pressed down on the city. Every breath felt like roasting your insides. I scrolled the channel restlessly to kill time, until voices came from outside. I pressed up to the gap in the curtain and looked down. Several people, holding candles and torches, were filing out of my building. Hurry up, it's deadly hot out here. Brotherly, can we really find food? My throat's on fire. We find it or we don't. But we look, otherwise we starve, right? Brotherly, the one who'd knocked on my door earlier. I recognized them. A group of men in work uniforms, gripping rebar, kitchen knives, homemade bows and arrows. You don't need those against heat. They had something else in mind. There's a few shops on this street. Let's go check them out. Everybody got their gear. They walked off into the depths of the dark. Not long after. Mercy, good sir. Spare up. Husband. What did you do to my husband? Murder. Murder. Screams ripped through the night sky. Men's, women's, and mixed in, a child's crying. In the surrounding buildings, countless pairs of eyes silently turned toward the source of the sound in the dark, and no one dared make a peep. A little over an hour later, Brother Lee's group came back hauling bulging bags, chatting and laughing on the way. Bro, why didn't you let me have a go at that chick? Idiot. Doing that in this weather? Not scared of dying from dehydration? Conserve your energy. Shame. Only got to cop a feel. I saw it clearly. They were spattered with fresh blood, and the weapons in their hands were red too. Good thing I hadn't opened the door earlier. One guy, running into this crew, and my freezer would have been long gone. They'd banded together, and they were adapting to the rules fast. Let them keep going and sooner or later they'd find their way to my door. Once people slip the leash, busting in a home's door by door to rob, there's nothing they won't do. I had to reinforce my defenses. I opened the trading platform, posted all 4 ice waters at once, and changed the terms to anything that improves shelter security. Weapons, gear, as long as it works, I'd trade multiple bottles. The freezer would auto-produce 10 bottles again at noon tomorrow anyway, a no-cost business. The channel blew up instantly. Ice Water Bro's back. For at once. This time he wants defensive measures, clear-headed thinking. Not short on food or water, now setting up defense. He's looking to sleep easy through the apocalypse. Humanity should unite. We call on Ice Water Bro to supply water for free and be the city's hero. Cries for help and appeals from the saviors scrolled by as usual. But by the second night of the apocalypse, the novelty was long gone, and all that remained was dread of tomorrow. Resources dwindling, temperatures turning vicious. Everyone had to admit, this was a disaster that really would kill. Precisely because it was scarce, my ice water got snapped up like mad. I spent an hour cherry-picking, and in the end traded 3 bottles for a small compound crossbow, 30 steel bolts, plus repair tools and a manual. In peacetime, this was contraband on par with a handgun. The last bottle I traded for a heat-insulating jacket, each one sharper than the last. I set the crossbow by my pillow, making sure I could grab it the instant I woke. I put on the jacket, mediocre effect, still stuffy. Food, water, weapons, I had them now. What I was missing was medicine. Tomorrow's ice water, I'd aim to trade for some heatstroke meds. As for what reward I'd get tomorrow, I had the basics covered now. So would it repeat water and food, or hand me something new? Mulling it over, I drifted off. Bang! Don't come any closer. I'll call the cops. Help! Murder! The screaming upstairs jolted me awake. I snatched up the crossbow and fixed my eyes warily on the door. The door hadn't moved. No one was inside. Old buildings have terrible soundproofing. I could hear everything upstairs clearly. A man's cursing, a woman's screams, things smashing with a clatter. Don't come closer. I've got a weapon, ah. Another scream. Some have-a-go hero subdued. Was it Brother Lee's crew? In this building, only they had that kind of fighting power. But whoever it was, the meaning was the same. In this building, people had already started breaking down doors. I waited tense in the dark. An hour later, upstairs went quiet. They hadn't come down. But one household stockpile wouldn't feed that crew. Before long, they'd make it to my door. I couldn't dodge it. Sooner or later we'd face off. Outside, the sky was already bright, still a sheet of blood red, heat shimmering and warping the air. The clock on the wall ticked to exactly noon. The third day of the apocalypse, midday. 24 hours spent within the shelter. Talent reward triggered. Congratulations. You have obtained Shelter D-Rank Talent Recruitment Voucher. A golden sheet of paper drifted down onto the coffee table. Apart from a pattern I couldn't read and the 4 words D-Rank Recruitment, there was nothing else. A talent recruitment voucher? Shelters can recruit people now? Would it be someone conjured from nothing or another actual person from Earth? It was looking more and more like a game where a lot of people die. That mysterious presence was most likely treating the entire planet as a chessboard, with all of humanity as the pieces. Use. Golden light burst from my palm, gathering and growing in front of me until it took on a human shape. As the light faded, a petite young woman with bright, sharp eyes stood before me. Soldier Lin Yu, reporting to the commander. She snapped to attention and saluted, chest out, head high, radiating presence. Camo combat fatigues, a tactical belt at her waist hung with a pistol, magazines, a flashlight, a multi-tool knife. Everything in perfect order. You're from Earth? Where'd you come from? Reporting, Commander. I'm from Earth, from the Huaxia Special War Readiness Zone. She stared straight ahead. The apocalypse is upon us. Humanity's survival hangs on this moment. I was appointed in this crisis to protect the commander and follow the commander's orders. I more or less got it. She was a new person the mysterious presence had created modeled on humans, born already recognizing me as her master and aware of the current situation. So this was a shelter talent. The game flavor just kept getting stronger. Successfully recruited D-rank combat talent, Special Forces, Lin Yu. The shelter's population went from 1 to 2, and safety jumped from 1 to 11. I opened her panel. Lin Yu, age 22, soldier, D rank, strength 85, reaction 83, stamina 88, willpower 95, self-healing 82, trait loyalty. No matter what predicament the shelter faces, will never betray it. Talent, soldier, fundamentals, skilled in firearms, blades, hand-to-hand combat, reconnaissance, wilderness survival. Combat power 105. 105. Was that high or low? I had no idea. But one thing was certain. She was definitely stronger than me. I'm an office worker. I play some games, read some web novels, hit the gym now and then. No way I could beat a professional soldier, even a female one. Commander, what do I do now? Her eyes blazed. No rush. I waved a hand. Hungry? Wanna eat. Talents need to eat too, can get sick, and under enough pressure could even break down mentally. You could check all of that on the panel. Not hungry. She shook her head, perfectly calm. Commander, we're critically short on supplies. We can't waste any. In non-combat status, I eat once every 3 days, and only half an adult man's portion. One meal every 3 days? I gave her a silent thumbs up. That kind of endurance wasn't human. The words were barely out when a new announcement rang out across the whole city. City announcement. Shelters may dispatch talents to carry out exploration missions for supplies. 3 leaderboards now open: shelter level, talent, and exploration missions. At the end of this round of apocalypse, rewards will be issued by ranking. The entire city instantly boiled over, the dead quiet channel exploding. Exploration missions? Leaderboards? Why does this apocalypse reek of a pay-to-win MMO? I'm about to die of thirst, and that presence is sitting here watching us play a game? Which big shot recruited a talent? Strong or not? Only one name on the talent board, an unnamed shelter. Shame you can't DM them. The Jinling Human Self-Rescue Society calls on this big shot to step forward and help the city's disaster victims. Some guessed it was Ice Water Bro, some impersonated the #1 spot, some busied themselves studying the exploration missions. I ignored them and opened the leaderboards. The level board was chaos. All of them level 0, and I was ranked 35,164th. The talent board was much cleaner, just my one name, sitting at the top. In the whole city, I'd recruited a person first. The exploration mission board, empty. I closed the boards and opened the brand new exploration module. There were only 3 missions in the exploration module. Supply gathering, E rank, takes 8 hours. Randomly obtain supplies. Material gathering, D rank, takes 12 hours. Obtain shelter upgrade materials. Requires a D rank or higher talent. Medicine gathering, D rank, takes 12 hours. Randomly obtain medicine. Every one of them required sending a talent out. I stared at the panel, and something clicked in my head. My talent forces me to stay home. I can't go out and scavenge like everyone else. That's my one weakness. But with a talent, it's a different story. I stay home and collect the talent reward, and I send Lin Yu out to collect the exploration reward. Double the haul. Supplies doubled. Too bad I only had the one person, Lin Yu. Let's try the 8-hour one first. Short, fast. That gang of thugs was still upstairs. I didn't dare let her stay out too long. Commander, I'll get it done. Lin Yu snapped a salute and turned to go. Hold on. I pushed the kitchen knives over to her. Pick whatever feels right. Take this insulated jacket too, grab some food, and take 2 bottles of ice water. It's hot out there, don't get heat stroke. The crossbow I had to keep. Alone at home, safety came first. Lin Yu took the jacket, pulled out 2 paring knives, then patted her holster, grinning brightly. Relax, Commander, I'm strong. I'd almost forgotten. This girl came armed. Enough ammo. Yep. Submachine pistol, 20 rounds a mag, 3 magazines. 60 rounds, that'd do. Go. Don't push it. Enough supplies is enough. She walked to the door, stopped, and turned to point at the pile of junk barricading it. Forgot. I rubbed my head, a little embarrassed. I'm no good in a fight, so this is all I've got. Smart, Commander. She smiled and helped clear the doorway, then crouched by it for a while before leaving. I've set up some simple traps and an early warning rig. Any movement outside the door, stay alert and wait for me to come back. With that, she headed downstairs briskly and stepped into the rolling waves of heat. I shut the door at once and hauled everything back piece by piece to seal it up again. By the time I was done with all that, I was pouring sweat, dizzy from the heat. No time for anything else. I grabbed the crossbow and rushed into the bathroom, half a bottle of ice water over my head, the other half down my throat, stripped and sank into the tub, and only then did the heat stroke symptoms ease. If it could kill you in here, I couldn't imagine what it was like outside. Linyu had better not run into trouble. She was my only talent right now. The freezer had refreshed another 10 bottles of water today. 2 for Linyu, 1 for me, 7 left. Soaking in the water, I browsed the trading platform. There were a lot more wonder items today. Clearly, I wasn't the only one with a useful talent. Nothing I particularly wanted to buy, but ice water would eventually lose value as good stuff flooded the market. So I traded 3 bottles up front for a batch of long-lasting food. For left, saved for the evening. The afternoon was deadly boring. I dug out my comics and reread them over and over. A little after 5, the smashing and cursing started up again upstairs. I was used to it by now, just pricked up my ears to listen, then checked every corner of the apartment again, confirming everything was sealed up tight. There was no telling how many people that gang of thugs had already ruined. Send Linyu up armed to clear them out? No, she was alone. Their talents were unknown, and I couldn't gamble on it. I'd seen people in the channel reveal combat-type talents. If even one of them was upstairs, Linyu might not win. Endure a bit longer. Keep a low profile, build up strength. A little after 6, footsteps upstairs, with conversation drifting down to my door. This damn heat just keeps getting worse. Brother, can I get another sip of that ice water? Go out and see what you bring back. Whoever finds the most gets a sip. You got it. Oh hey, brother. Around noon I think I heard a chick's voice downstairs, shouting something like, "Commander, we got officials around here." Officials? In the apocalypse, being an official is worth jack. We'll dig that woman out later and have a look. Pressed up behind the gap in the curtain, I watched a group head out of the building dragging empty sacks. Brotherly was leading, but the crew had grown. 13 people. I'd been marked. Old buildings have terrible soundproofing. The noise of summoning Linyu, they'd caught it. The building had 8 floors, for units each, mostly occupied by nearby office workers and construction crews. Call it 1 person per unit, at least 30 some, minus those who died these past 2 days, leaving maybe 20. I was on the 6th floor, Brother Lee's crew was above me, on the 7th or 8th. At the rate they were working through the upper floors, they'd reach mine tomorrow or the day after. With bad luck, tonight. Tom was short. 13 able-bodied men, against just Linyu, dicey. Gunfire could intimidate, but if their talents turned out to be tricky, the odds tipped against me. I had to turn this apartment into a fortress. 8 p.m., fully dark. Brother Lee's crew still hadn't returned. I stayed home, dead silent, head down, scouring the platform for anything to reinforce my defenses. Just then, knock, knock, knock. I snatched up the crossbow. I held my breath. But the knocking was off, uneven, very soft. It was the signal Linyu had set before leaving. I made no sound, just nudged the table barricading the door, making a bit of noise. "Commander, it's me." A lowered voice outside. It was her. I quickly moved the heavy stuff aside, let her in, then sealed it back up exactly as before. All that back and forth wasn't a hassle. Next to your life, nothing's a hassle. How'd it go? Linyu ducked into the bathroom, used the wall to block the light, switched on her tactical flashlight, and set down 3 bulging backpacks. "Commander, it's all here. Exploration mission complete. Brought back. Crackers times 20, chocolate times 35, candy times 6 bags, toilet paper times 3 rolls, painkillers times 3 boxes, cold medicine times 2 boxes, heat stroke medicine times 8 boxes, canned fruit vegetables times 20, dried fruit times 20. Rating, excellent. Obtained 10 survival points. Survival point shop now open. Use points to buy apocalypse items or boost talent stats. Survival points? I raised an eyebrow. This thing was in the shelter panel, but I hadn't expected it to be this useful. The more points, the faster a shelter grows stronger. And right now, the only steady way to farm points seemed to be exploration missions. Nice work. I patted her shoulder. Kill the light, stuff some of this in the freezer, and let's eat. I noticed a faint stamina bar above her head, dropped from full green to half yellow. 8 hours of exploration. She was tired, she needed rest. With just the 1 talent, I couldn't work her to death. At 10 p.m., the 2 of us opened a couple of cans and ate a little. Lin Yu suggested we use the night to lock the defenses down solid and set some interior traps. Let the professional handle the professional work. I couldn't ask for more. While I assisted, I picked her brain. Anything else you need, just say it. I'll get it. Nylon rope, a few more knives, chili powder works too. Nothing she asked for was unreasonable. I opened the platform and searched. Ever since trading went live, the whole city listed everything, even used hygiene products. The stuff Lin Yu wanted, naturally, was no problem. I threw in some perishable food and a bottle of ice water and got it all. About to close it, an order made my eyes light up. Have police issue gear, trading for food and drinking water, interested parties reply. Police gear? This guy was probably inside a police station. I sent a request with a note. I'm ice water bro. I've got 3 bottles left. Got any handgun ammo? Grenades work too. The reply came fast. It showed trade declined, but with text attached. Hello, ice water bro. We urgently need food and water, and we want your ice water too. 3 bottles can only get you 1 service pistol plus 10 free rounds. Enough to protect yourself short-term while you wait for rescue. Wait for rescue. He was one of the officials, and he hadn't given up on this city. I caught on too that declined was fake, a method for shelters to talk privately. A pistol and 10 rounds wasn't much help. From the sound of it, he didn't want to put too many guns out there, worried about post-disaster recovery and future trouble. Fine. I didn't want the gun, I wanted plenty of ammo. I lowered my voice and asked Lin Yu beside me, what caliber's your ammo? CZ-75 submachine pistol, modified mag, holds 20, 9 by 19 millimeters. I didn't know any of this, but I noted it down and countered. 3 bottles of ice water, 100 rounds of 9 by 19. You've got a submachine pistol? The guy was clearly startled. Ice water bro, who are you? You can legally carry a gun. Are you a colleague of mine? Identity unclear. I'll give 20 rounds at most. Add 10 bags of crackers, 100 rounds. I didn't answer the identity question, just stated my price. That left him even less sure about me. You're one of us. Fine, 50 rounds, no more. Add 1 box of painkillers, 1 box of cold medicine, 1 box of heat stroke medicine, 100 rounds. That did it. The guy was moved. You can tough out food, but not medicine. In this weather, pharmacies were either burned down or closed. Painkillers and heat stroke medicine were all lifesavers. Order trade successful. He agreed readily and sent over 100 brand new rounds. My stock dropped by 1/10 in one go, but it was worth it. Lin Yu used the gun today? How much is left? Been conserving. Didn't use it. 60 rounds left. Here, these 100. Don't hesitate at the critical moment. I handed her the ammo box. Shame I couldn't get a magazine. I'll figure something out next time. Thank you, Commander. Her eyes lit up, and she took it fast. She knew better than anyone. Right now, both our lives were riding almost entirely on this gun and this ammo. With plenty of ammo, most of the weight lifted off my chest, and a smile came to my face. Lin Yu, let me help you with the traps. The words weren't even out. KBOM. A blast tore apart the silence of the night, and a flash of fire lit up the world outside the window in an instant. That explosion was right next door. It scared the soul out of me. Lin Yu snapped alert instantly. I leapt up and rushed to the window. The next street over, a sky-high blaze. That explosion had set the city on fire. Under 60+ degrees of heat, the flames spread as if helped by some god, devouring several buildings in the blink of an eye. The fire climbed higher and higher, like a snake of flame crawling toward the rooftops. A residential block was wrapped in fire, windows flying open one by one. People jolted from sleep, letting out blood-curdling screams. I saw some who couldn't take the flames leap from the high floors, swallowed by the sea of fire. Those too afraid to jump burned into rolling, shrieking fireballs inside. Tragedy, right before my eyes. Just one street away. At this temperature, the fire spread terrifyingly fast. My building wasn't safe anymore. The whole city was paralyzed. No one could put the fire out. In a few hours, it had reached my building, and in a few days, it could devour most of Jinling. The channel went completely berserk. We're done. The fire's right next to me. Help me. I'm trapped in the fire. I'm close. Looks like a gas line blew. Nobody's putting this out. We're all finished. Calling ice water bro. The city needs a hero. Stop yelling. You think those few bottles of water are going to douse a wildfire? Dream on. Commander, we need to go now. Lin Yu came to my side, her voice grave. Within 2 hours, the fire reaches us. Go. I clench my fists. In the apocalypse, where could I run? Once the shelter's destroyed, is my talent still there? Without the talent, how do I survive after that? Even loaded with supplies, and with Lin Yu along, how long could I last? Make it through the first disaster, and there's a second, a third. Huh. Lin Yu stared at the sea of fire. It stopped spreading? My head snapped up. The fire had truly stopped. 20 minutes later, I confirmed it completely. The blaze was locked tight within those two buildings and the area around them, a radius of about 800 meters, with not a flicker beyond the edge, 600 to 2,000 degrees, and it hadn't even ignited the greenery right next to it. Eerie. The people in the channel noticed too. Those close by and unharmed gave up on fleeing and started narrating a live commentary of the fire. But no one could save the people dying inside it. Half an hour later, the screams stopped. The last survivor burned to death in the fire. At midnight, the blaze extinguished itself within 10 minutes, leaving only a few smoldering ruins coughing black smoke. It burned strangely and died strangely. I never figured it out, even watching to the end. Seconds after the fire went out, a citywide announcement rang out. City announcement. The first regional apocalypse-derived disaster has been born. The derived disaster module is now open. Anywhere on Earth, at any time, a derived disaster may erupt based on the current disaster type. Derived disasters do not affect people or things outside their range. Before they appear, there may be omens or advance warning. Shelters that survive a derived disaster receive a huge sum of survival points. Those that don't, died. More and more like a game, now even random events. My guess was that derived disasters erupted randomly, modeled on disasters that could happen in reality. The downside, extremely destructive, beyond anything the current shelters could withstand. The upside, they wouldn't spread endlessly, confined to a certain range. If one hit me right now, zero chance of survival. Mid-thought, whispers drifted over from the window upstairs. Brother, that fire burned freaky as hell, like some kind of disaster. We're not going to catch fire here too, are we? What's there to fear? Number two's place is solid. Fire can't kill us. Right. We work together. We're invincible. It was Brother Lee's crew, back at some point, living on the top floor. I silently closed the gap in the curtain, not showing the slightest movement. Lin Yu was about to speak. I raised a hand to stop her. Sleep. We'll talk tomorrow. I mouthed and gestured. Her expression sharpened. She nodded, then turned back to the door to keep working on the traps. I laid out a thin blanket for her on the couch and moved the open freezer over beside her. The thing refrigerated nonstop without power, so I just used it as an AC, leaving it open to bring down the room temperature. Otherwise, neither of us could sleep in the heat. Maybe because someone was standing watch nearby, I slept unusually deep that night. At 11 a.m. the next day, Lin Yu gently shook me awake. Commander, that crew upstairs went down to scavenge for supplies. This morning, it sounded like they killed someone up there. From the voice, an old man. There was anger in her eyes she couldn't hold back. I rubbed my heavy head and waved a hand. Leave it. Look after ourselves first. So do we explore today? While they're out, I can go without compromising your safety. Wait a bit longer. I was waiting for the day 3 talent reward. We ate a little, and I sat by the freezer to cool off. Time inched toward noon. That crisp notification rang out, right on schedule. Congratulations. 24 hours spent within the shelter. Talent reward triggered. Stay timer reset. Successfully recruited D-rank support talent engineer Leah. As the golden light faded, a woman stepped out. Tall, with black hair loosely tied in a low ponytail, and a pair of calm, intelligent eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses. Dark work coveralls, a tool belt at her waist, screwdriver, micro-welding torch, everything in place. Anti-static gloves on her hands, a bag of electronic components and instruments on her back. Hello, boss. Happy to be of service. Boss. Another new title. Whatever, the talents are loyal to the shelter regardless. I opened her panel. Leah, age 28, engineer, D-rank, strength 75, reaction 90, stamina 80, willpower 78, self-healing 78, trait, intellect. A research-type talent with outstanding IQ and logic. Talent, engineering specialist. skilled in many engineering techniques, adept at developing, improving, and creating shelter tech items. Research power, 85. A talent reward, twice in a row now. The moment food and water were sufficient, the talent started handing out people, which meant what I was shortest on right now was people. Population is a shelter's scarce resource, and talents are higher grade population. More important were those words: develop, create, shelter tech items. In the apocalypse, all human tech was dead, but what she made was shelter tech, a whole different system. Leah, what can you make? Anything that improves the shelter, I can do. Her tone was crisp. Defense, living facilities, expansion, I just can't make anything too advanced yet. Expansion. My heart jumped. She could enlarge the shelter? With more space, not only could it house more people, it could also be fortified and disaster-proofed. The words were barely out when the panel popped up new info. Shelter upgrade, level 01, requirements. 1. Select shelter type, incomplete. 2. Corresponding talent or blueprint, engineer available. 3. Survival points 100, currently 10. 4. Adjacent space equal to current size, unsurveyed. 5. 100 units of corresponding building material, none, obtainable via exploration missions. Available types: refugee camp, larger living space, residents gain plus 20% resistance to extreme environments. Material: refugees lumber laboratory house, fuller tech tree, can make more shelter items. Material: electronic components workshop, exploration time minus 20%, exploration supplies plus 10%. Material: large banknotes. Once a type is selected, it cannot be changed. Disaster resistance, research, production, 3 paths. HSSS, I sucked in a breath. Just leveling up once meant clearing all 5 hurdles. But no need to agonize. The conditions weren't even met yet. Whichever material I stockpiled enough of first, that's what I'd upgrade to. Linyu, prep for exploration. I opened today's material gathering, 12 hours. Yes. She grabbed ice water and dry rations, moved the door barricade, and headed out. Leaving at noon, she wouldn't be back until the small hours. Later I asked Leo whether she could make a generator. With power, you could do so much. No materials, no blueprint, can't do it. She shook her head. But the door and windows, I can reinforce those. Reinforce as much as you can, keep it quiet, don't let the neighbors hear. Okay, boss. She picked up her tools and got to work, no help needed, measuring and planning on her own. With nothing to do, I lay back down and turned over the road ahead. Upgrades, talents, Brother Lee's crew. The freezer hissed cold beside me. My head went heavy, and before I knew it, I'd fallen asleep. Boss, wake up. I jolted awake. Pitch black outside the window. How long was I out? 9 hours. Leah crouched by the bed. You're under a lot of stress. You slept deep. That's a good thing. It repairs the mind. While I was asleep, any movement outside? A group came by an hour ago. She lowered her voice. A bunch of men pushed the door, couldn't push it open. Brotherly. I reflexively looked toward the front door and froze. The junk barricading it had all been returned to its place. That old wooden door now had a layer of finely interwoven steel bars on the inside, and welded onto the outside of the bars was a row of iron spikes. Heavy, vicious, clearly hard to breach. Far better than my pile of junk. You made this? Yes, boss. With limited materials, this is as far as I can go for now. Materials? There wasn't much metal in the apartment. Where had she gotten it? Could this girl conjure things from nothing? I surveyed the other 3 units on this floor and found some usable materials. So that was it. It seemed that as long as I gave the order, the talents would figure out how to get it done on their own. No danger, I hope. Stay safe, don't take risks. I checked before going out and made no noise. She paused. I'd planned to make a lockpick and enter the neighbors' homes, but found all 3 doors had already been smashed open from the outside. People gone, rooms empty, only bloodstains left, all the food and water looted. I only picked up some repair scraps nobody wanted, reinforced the door on the way, made a few traps, and 5 steel spears. She tilted her head toward the corner. 5 2-meter steel spears stood there, steel pipe for the shaft, the spearhead's kitchen knives welded on and polished to a shine. Good stuff. With no gun, a long spear could still hold off thugs. Leah, you really are capable. Thank you, boss. That crew just now, they didn't realize someone was inside, did they? They shouldn't have. I made no sound, and the welding torch is suppressed. Her tone shifted. But an ordinary wooden door can't stop them from smashing through. Sooner or later they'll catch on that we're hiding here. I looked around the room. The windows had wooden boards added for insulation, the curtains swapped for thicker ones, and a makeshift cold dispersal device rigged to the outside of the freezer. She hadn't just focused on defense, she'd factored in comfort too. No wonder it was cooler tonight. Good work. Eat first. Lin, you will be back soon. I've eaten. Boss, you go ahead. I still have work to finish. She rose and melted into the darkness, off to tinker with something else. Munching on bread, I opened the trading platform. Trading out the surplus ice water every day to stockpile resources had become a habit. Scrolling through, I noticed that another of the 5 upgrade conditions had been completed. Surveyed the adjacent usable space required for upgrade. So that was the reason Leah had searched the neighbors' homes. My heart sank, which meant that if there were other shelters next to mine, to expand I'd have to clear them out. Modern buildings pack units right up against each other. This was outright forcing people to turn on each other. In the apocalypse, everyone wants to grow stronger, and the single word upgrade was enough to kill off a huge number of people. I started searching weapon orders. 6 bottles of ice water left. Time to trade for a good piece. An order popped up, posted by Jinling Rescue Team. Have large quantities of police weapons and gear, trading for medicine, food, water. Note, don't ask where I am. Shelters have a population cap. We can't take in too many survivors. No one can save the weak. Rely on yourselves. Interesting. This guy wasn't just selling guns. He'd uncovered the inside workings of the shelters. I submitted an order and casually asked about the question on my mind. He was forthright, didn't haggle much, and even gave me a few pieces of intel. Ice water, bro. People who have a shelter can't move into another shelter. Those who voluntarily abandon theirs. Even a level 0 shelter can't fit many. There's a population cap. This game cut off the one thing we're best at, unity. But we haven't given up. We're still looking for a way. Save one if we can save one. At times like this, somebody's got to step up. He was one of the officials, earnest to a fault. It seemed that for these few days, there'd been a group in the city trying to gather the survivors. But they'd failed, sad to say. Thanks for the intel. I'll do my best to help people. A lie. I had no such intention, but the guy was generous, and lip service costs nothing. 6 bottles of ice water bought 2 service pistols and 50 rounds. Worth it. The guns were a bit old, and the ammo wasn't much, but at least everyone in the shelter finally had a gun. Leah, can you shoot? She poked her head out of the darkness, looking a little cute in the moonlight. I can. Aim's mediocre. Teach me? I've never handled one. Okay, boss. She came over and taught me hands-on how to grip and aim. In the dark, the two of us stood very close, but my head was full of nothing but how to survive, so I learned with intense focus, and she taught with focus too. 2 hours later, a heavy, muffled knock came at the door, through the steel bars, louder than before. Leah tensed up instantly, leveling her gun as she spun to face the door. Don't panic, it's Linyu. I'd recognized the rhythm, and signaled her to open up. This iron door had a special way of being opened. Anyone who didn't know it couldn't force it no matter how hard they smashed. Leah cracked it open, confirmed it was Linyu, and let her in. Linyu was loaded down again, and spread the bags out on the floor. A pile of electronic components, plus some colorful banknotes. Exploration complete. Obtained 103 units of electronic components, 76 units of large banknotes. Rating, perfect. Obtained 20 survival points. I couldn't keep the smile off my face. One trip and she directly gathered enough of 1 upgrade material, plus 20 free points. I had 30 now. Material missions only gave upgrade materials, no other supplies at all. 5 conditions, and I'd met 4. Just shy of stockpiling 100 points, and I could level up. That night Leah told me that upgrading to a laboratory house could restore power to the shelter, letting us roughly live like before the disaster. After all these days stewing in the dark, I badly wanted to see light. I was already leaning toward the laboratory house. But after Linyu heard my praise, her expression stayed grim. Commander, I heard it when I was on the stairs. That crew is preparing to search. They plan to clear out the whole building tonight. The words hadn't even landed when a clamor of voices erupted in the stairwell. Bring your gear. Tonight, we drag out every living soul. Killing people gives survival points too. Brotherly said it. Clear this building tonight. Do the next few over the coming days. Won't be long before the whole city's ours, and we'll be the emperors of Jinling. Ha ha ha. The voices drew closer, finally gathering at my door. This is the one. I felt something was off before. I couldn't get this crap door open. Break it down. Someone inside. Kill him. Nobody. Search it. My face darkened. Faster than I'd expected. No warning at all. They'd come under cover of night. They'd given me almost no time to react. The people outside started rummaging unit by unit, with faint cursing coming from next door. Huh? The mark I left yesterday is gone. Someone's been here. It's definitely that sealed-up door. There's someone inside. Damn it, you dare hide? Smash it open for me. Without a flicker of expression, Lin Yu flashed a few hand signals, sending Li Ya and me into the dead corners of the room. I stood flat against the wall, Li Ya at the diagonal corner, Lin Yu crouched behind the freezer. 3 of us armed, holding our breath. Bang, bang, bang. Whoever's inside, get out here. Keep hiding, and we'll butcher you all. Bring the hammer. Tear the door down. With a crash, the old wooden door shattered. Flashlight beams stabbed in through the gaps between the steel bars, throwing wavering silhouettes that surfaced in the mirror's reflection. At a rough count, at least 20-some. Outnumbered, I didn't dare fire. But Lin Yu was bold as hell. The instant the light came in, she squeezed the trigger. Rat-tat-tat. Squelch. Ah, they've got a gun. There's a gun inside. I'm hit. Brotherly, I'm dying. A jolt went through me. Those gaps between the steel bars were tiny. If I'd fired, the bullets probably wouldn't have made it through and would have ricocheted around the room, hitting one of us. She, with a full auto pistol, had forced rounds out through the gaps. That marksmanship was something else. The people outside weren't pushovers either, jamming black muzzles up against the door gaps. Bang, bang, bang. Muzzle flashes skittered across the wall, smashing a few things. They had guns too, bought on the platform, no doubt. Kill them. Open fire. Out of ammo. Smash the door. While they're panicking, take their lives. In the gap, while they reloaded, Lin Yu signaled to Leah. Leah leaned half her body out from the corner. 3 controlled shots. 1 went wide and flew off. 2 made it out the door. My little brother's been shot. It was chaos outside. But Leah had already pulled back into the corner, their bullets bouncing harmlessly around the room. Lin Yu's positioning had even accounted for the strays. The moment they emptied a magazine and the gunfire stopped, Lin Yu sprang up instantly, hosing 2 magazines at the doorway. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. The dull thud of bullets sinking into flesh, screams one after another. There's a crack shot inside. We can't win. Brotherly, fall back. This nest's too tough. Pull back upstairs first. This crew had none of a soldier's grit. A few rounds in, and a whole batch was wounded. Everyone was scared of being next. Cursing and grumbling, their footsteps retreated in a disorderly scramble. They're gone, I whispered. Lin Yu didn't move, crouched in place holding her breath. Suddenly, she pivoted and snapped her gun to the right. Rat-tat-tat. Another scream from the doorway. Shit. We've been spotted. Move, move. A fresh wave of panic, and the dense footsteps finally faded into the distance. My back was soaked in cold sweat. This crew was cunning. They'd faked a retreat, left one in ambush, waiting for the instant we let our guard down to rush back. Thank God for Lin Yu, who'd seen through it at a glance. Commander, you okay? She came over fast in a crouch. I'm fine. I hadn't fired a single shot. I'd stayed well hidden. It wasn't cowardice. In the dark I couldn't see clearly, and it was my first time touching a gun. I was afraid wild shots would just drag everyone down. It proved I'd bet right. Pin them to the terrain, and the whole crew put together was no match for Lin Yu alone. No sleep tonight, Lin Yu analyzed in a low voice. At least 5 of them took hits. They won't swallow this. They'll most likely come again in the small hours. This iron door can hold, but if they get their hands on something to breach it, it's dicey. The thickening smell of blood outside the door confirmed her words. Then we go on the offensive. Leah proposed quietly. Lin Yu, you're so strong. Attack as defense. Throw them into disarray. I can't pull that off. Lin Yu gave a bitter smile. Right now they're squatting in the stairwell, just waiting for me to come out. We don't know how many guns they have, and the commander said they might have combat talents. Those are even harder to deal with. I'm not afraid to die. But if I can't take them all out in one sweep and get killed myself, leaving a few behind, then the commander's in danger. In the shelter, she was the only one who could fight. Leah could shoot, but her foundation was far weaker, and a few days ago, I was an ordinary man. Then we stall, Leah said, glancing at me. Boss, for the next few days don't let Linyu go out. Hold the line, hurt them badly, then figure out the next move. We may not have that much time. I opened the city channel, and a new message slammed into view. Buying at high prices, grenades, flamethrowers, lamp oil. Supplies negotiable, list your goods fast. Posted by Li Daqiang Shelter. That was the crew outside my door. What they wanted was something that could brute force a door open. And I knew. On this platform, there really were grenades for sale. The next assault would be fiercer. That gang of thugs would definitely be able to buy something to breach the door. They scavenged supplies and killed for goods out there every day. Their stockpile was thick. As long as they were willing to pay high. Grenades, flamethrowers, the platform had it all. And ordinary residents couldn't stop those. Tonight, I might not make it through. I laid out all my worries and findings to Linyu and Leah. Do either of you have a plan? I just need to hold out till noon tomorrow. Hold out till noon, and I get a new talent reward. It gives me whatever I need most at the moment. That would surely be the key to breaking the deadlock. Linyu lowered her head, silent. Leah looked at me, then at her, hesitating. Boss, I have a plan, but it's a bit risky. Say it. It means Linyu takes a risk. Leah looked at her. Of the three of us, only Linyu can fight. It's night now, the best time for solo infiltration. If we cover her on the way out, she harasses them from outside, and when the thugs come to ram the door again, we coordinate inside and out and stop them. There are plenty of difficulties too. She paused. 1. There may be someone outside aiming a gun on watch. Opening the door to send her out could destroy our barrier instead. 2. Come daybreak. The moment she fires, she's exposed, and in a building this small, there's no hiding from the manhunt. Once she dies out there, the two of us won't last long either. The analysis was airtight. I opened my mouth, and in the end, all that came out was a sigh. Send a woman out alone to die? She was my comrade in arms. But I couldn't think of anything better. The numbers were too lopsided. No clever scheme could change that. Let's do it, Linyu said suddenly. Commander, I go out. I seize the initiative and stall them to the maximum. You'll die, I said, looking at her. There's a high chance you'll die out there. I'm not afraid to die, as long as the commander lives. Her eyes blazed. The commander matters most. I'll stall them, stall till noon. I fell silent. My conscience told me this was wrong. The instinct to survive told me this was the only road. I'm not one of those born cold-blooded reincarnators from a novel. But to live, I had to harden my heart. How do you get out? Leah asked. Linyu looked out the window, raising an eyebrow. Through the window. Scale the wall, climb the eaves, basic soldier's training. You have no safety rope, and I can't make climbing gear, Leah said gravely. You can only climb barehanded. Don't fall. That's a death with no meaning at all. Relax. Protect the commander. Linyu didn't hesitate any longer. She ducked down to the window, pried off the insulation board, and pushed it open. A wave of heat poured in. She tied a bottle of ice water at her waist, leapt, and vanished into the night. Linyu, I rushed to the window and leaned out. In the moonlight, a nimble figure was moving along the building's outer eaves, stepping on AC condenser units, gripping scalding water pipes. Everywhere her hands found purchase was searing hot. One misstep, and she'd be smashed to pieces. Boss, get back. Leah yanked me back into the corner. The doorway's dangerous. You'll be the one who gets shot. Trust Linyu. This is our only way to live. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. You can't be too soft. Am I being soft? I gave a bitter smile. If I were truly soft, I wouldn't have let her go through with this certain death gamble. I knew it was the right call. But people have a conscience. I consoled myself. Maybe Linyu isn't human, just Data the mysterious presence made, a copy of a soldier. But these past few days, the sense of safety she'd given me was real. Human or not, I owed her. I'm learning to be ruthless, Leah. I pressed a hand to my forehead. I'm already cold enough. I just need a little time to adjust. The room went quiet. Slowly, I evened out my breathing and pulled myself together. At least this proved the talents were loyal enough to me. Just hold out till noon. Time crept by. No movement outside the door. They probably hadn't bought anything to breach it yet. From upstairs came only cursing and the moans of the wounded. Lin Yu had vanished too, and there was no body fallen downstairs. Day broke. Forcing my heavy head clear, I saw the world outside the window awash in blood red. Suddenly, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A burst of rapid gunfire upstairs. Lin Yu had made her move. My head snapped up. Leah gripped her gun tight too. Upstairs, gunfire, screams, and curses churned together. It's over by the window. It's a woman. One of the residents downstairs. Brotherly, my little brother. He's dead. Stop waiting. One grenade, and she's dead. Hold on. There's probably no one downstairs. Don't waste a grenade on an empty apartment. Wasn't it a man downstairs? When did it become a woman? They really had bought grenades. Lin Yu's sudden firing was to draw their fire, to keep them from freeing up a grenade to throw at my apartment. Shoo. Leah pressed a finger to her lips. To be discovered as people downstairs right now meant death. In a space this small, one grenade, and there'd be no dodging any of the blast. Sure enough, a rustling soon came from outside the door. Using the mirror in the corner, I saw, through the gap in the iron door, an eyeball rolling around, like a demon pressed against it. Brotherly. No one downstairs. The iron doors locked up tight. She didn't go out the front. That bitch climbed up the window to ambush us. Came the reply from upstairs. Is this stinking bitch Spider-Man? Search the whole building. Catch her and bring her to me. I'll avenge my brother. Footsteps scattered. They split into two teams, one coming down from the top floor, one coming up from the ground floor, pincering toward the middle. The grenade was handed to their strategist. I clenched my teeth hard, nothing in my eyes but cold hatred. I'd done nothing, and they were bent on killing me. Lin Yu survived. A dozen some minutes later, a burst of gunfire on the second floor. The bitch is on the second floor. The strategist's dead, headshot, one round. Brotherly led his people charging down from the top, roaring the whole way. What happened to my strategist? Old song. A pack of useless trash, can't even protect one person. What are you standing there for? Get in and grab her. But no one dared be the first to charge. That moment of hesitation, and Lin Yu slipped away again. Right after, another burst of gunfire from the top floor. Someone went down before they could even shout a warning. Brotherly pounced, and pounced on empty air again. Pin her down. Wait for me to get there. He was going mad, but his men only dared tremble. This woman came and went like a ghost, fired and killed and fled. The slightest hesitation, and you'd lose her. Worse still, she specifically picked off the people around Brotherly, never meeting him head-on. Good. I clenched my fists, forehead drenched in sweat. Lin Yu, beautifully done. Just don't run into that Lee bastard. He probably has a combat talent. Boss, it's 10:30. Leah said almost against my ear. The clock on the wall had been shot up by a stray bullet last night, but its hands were still barely ticking. 2 hours left. The only thing left hanging on me was whether that reward would actually be useful. This was just a level 0 shelter's talent. If it handed me something that couldn't be put to use, that couldn't break the present situation, then it really would be a dead end. I had no other option but to pray in my heart. The gunfire moved up and down until even I couldn't tell where Lin Yu was. I risked peeking out the window a few times, but never caught sight of her scaling the wall. Like a ghost, she'd turned this little building into her own hunting ground. Guerrilla warfare, never head-on, hit and gone. In between, Brotherly came to my door several times, even suspecting she'd ducked back inside and tried to breach it. But Leah's iron door was too tough. He came away empty-handed, so furious he kicked it several times. The standoff dragged to 12:20, and just as the reward was about to be issued, KBOM, an earth-shaking blast roared down from the top floor. The whole floor shook. I staggered and toppled sideways, dust raining down from the ceiling. That's a grenade. Leah nearly lost her voice. They'd caught Lin Yu. Is she dead? Leah shook her head in silence. No one knew. After the explosion, the men's excited, wild laughter came from upstairs. Stinking bitch, can't kill you, huh? This old building really takes a beating. I thought it'd collapse. Where's the bitch? Where's the body? Looks like she got blown downstairs. Go find her. Even dead, I want to see the corpse. That laughter was the laughter of victory. After grappling all morning, They'd finally killed that woman. My whole body trembled. Not from fear, from rage. Lin Yu had risked her life to buy time, and still died? These animals. I closed my eyes, hands clenched until the knuckles went white, and said it word by word. Give me what I need most. You spelled it out. The reward I need most urgently. I need to kill. Right now, what I need most is to kill. I want to wipe out every last one of these bastards. Congratulations. 24 hours spent within the shelter. Talent reward triggered. Stay timer reset. Talent reward obtained. D-rank combat squad card, consumable. A gold card the size of a bank card dropped into my palm, engraved with a few blurry soldier silhouettes. D-rank combat squad. Upon use, randomly summons a 3 to 6 person combat squad, each with D-rank strength, adaptively equipped by head count. Effect lasts 2 hours, recalled on expiry. How strong D-rank strength was, Lin Yu had already demonstrated for me. Pushing close to a special forces soldier. Even if only 3 came, it'd be enough to crush this gang of thugs. Summon. Golden light flared up. As it faded, 6 fully armed special forces soldiers were already lined up at my side. All male, special forces camo, combat boots, night vision goggles, grenades, and NAV units on their belts, long and short firearms in hand. Sharp, steady eyes, everyone carrying the trained decisiveness. One sweep and I understood the division of roles. 3 assault, 1 combat medic, 1 comms, 1 sniper, the last cradling a Barrett, kept protected at the core. A full squad of 6. Commander. The lead assaulter saluted, only his eyes showing beneath the mask. Awaiting your combat orders. Kill. I raised a hand and pointed at the door without hesitation. There are people in this building who want me dead. Wipe them out. Yes. Mission will be accomplished. There's a woman too. Leah suddenly snapped back to herself. Named Lin Yu. Also a soldier. She's the commander's. Save her. The 6 looked at me. I nodded. Understood. The leader gave a few signals, and the 6 split into 2 groups. The comms and sniper went out the window, flicked grappling hooks from their belts, and in a blink scaled to the top floor across the way, setting up a sniping position. The assault and medic waited at the door, and the moment Leah opened the iron door, a smoke grenade was tossed out. Pop! White smoke burst open. The thugs on watch outside panicked. The iron door opened. Where's this smoke coming fr? Rat-tat-tat. A burst of fire cut that cry of alarm off halfway. The soldiers' hands signals interlaced, and moving in tactical stride, they vanished soundlessly into the smoke. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. Dense, rhythmic gunfire rolled past outside the door. Each report was followed by a dull thud of a body hitting the floor, rarely a scream. Spotted enemies didn't even get to shout a warning. Clean and efficient. The thugs were thrown into utter chaos. They're soldiers. They're really soldiers. Are they here to save us? Shit, they're killing us. I surrender. Don't kill me. This can't be the regular army. They'd never attack civilians. Return fire. But returning fire was useless. From the rooftop in the distance, the sniper's shots boomed low. Bang, bang. The Barrett's rounds punched through nearly anything. Enemies behind cover had nowhere to hide in the thermal scope. 1 shot, 1 kill. There's a sniper outside. Brother Lee's been headshot. Brother Lee. Run. I walked to the window and looked down. Blood-spattered thugs fled the building in every direction, faces full of terror, only to be picked off and headshot by the rooftop sniper the instant they burst out. In moments, 7 or 8 bodies lay sprawled below, and the rest were forced back into the building, only to run into the cold muzzles again. I watched coldly. The first time I'd seen people die before my eyes, it was uncomfortable. But that bit of discomfort was quickly drowned out by the satisfaction of revenge. Within a few breaths, I felt nothing at all. Had I adapted? There wasn't a trace of a smile on my face. Lin Yu still hadn't appeared. In the end, I'd come out behind. In 2 hours, the squad would be recalled, and I hadn't gained much. I'd just vented. The cleanup was fast. The comms soldier's earpiece soon relayed. Commander, threats cleared. 5 captives, some of unknown identity. Awaiting instructions. I'll come look. I led Leo out of the apartment. It was the first time I'd stepped out of the shelter. If I could stay in, I wouldn't take a single step out. But this crew had forced me out. The stairwell was strewn with bodies and blood. Leah covered her nose. I kept my face blank, treading through the pools of blood the whole way up. Boss, won't you shield your eyes a bit? No need. I glanced at her and tugged at the corner of my mouth. Didn't you say I should learn to be ruthless? I'm adapting early. Scenes like this won't be rare from now on. A few units on the top floor had been knocked through into one open space. The stench inside hit hard, trash everywhere, several headless corpses sprawled on the floor. In the inner corner huddled a dozen-some women, heads in their arms, trembling, faces full of terror. The riflemen guarding them saluted. Resistors eliminated. These women are unarmed, apparently abducted. Kill them too. No need. I swept a glance over them. A group of women without even weapons, nothing left on their faces but the numbness of despair. I even recognized a few faces. The girl who jogged in the mornings on my commute, the young mother who took her daughter to school, the cleaning auntie from a nearby company. All of them had met with a brutal fate. What about the rest? The rifleman pointed across the hall. A few who surrendered, held over there. I'm asking about Linyu. The female soldier. Has she been found? People have been sent to search. No result yet. My heart sank. A grenade dead on. The body would most likely not be intact. I ignored the female captives and walked straight into the unit across the hall. The lead assaulter had 3 men pinned. Hearing the words, "the commander," they all looked up in unison. "It's you," one suddenly cried out. "You're Sui, the downstairs unit." I said there was a man living downstairs. I sized him up and frowned. "You, the one with the daughter?" "Surname Zheng." Yes, I'm old Zheng." He bowed and scraped, trying to edge closer, and was forced back by the muzzle. "Mind the distance. Don't approach the commander." The assaulter's voice was cold. "Sui, we're neighbors. There's a misunderstanding here. Can you have him let me go? Where are your wife and daughter?" He froze, lowering his head. "I don't know." "Don't know? They're right next door. I just saw them." A sneer rose at the corner of my mouth. "You'd even sell out your own wife and child? I don't have a neighbor like you." "It's not like that. I couldn't beat that Li guy." His face flushed red. "You sold out your wife and daughter to save your own skin." I looked at him flatly. "That's your family business. None of my concern. But you wanted to kill me. Among the people who attacked the door last night. You were there, weren't you?" His mouth opened. Then he hung his head dejectedly. "Sui, I'm begging you. I really don't want to die." "Where's the Li guy?" A man beside him hurried to answer. "Boss, he's dead. I saw him get headshot with my own eyes." "Where's the body?" "He's not dead." Old Zheng suddenly cut me off. I fixed my eyes on him. "How do you know he's not dead?" He can't be killed." Old Zheng gritted his teeth and informed on him. "That guy's too strong. People have stabbed through his heart, cut off his head, and he still comes back to life. He's basically immortal. People stopped accepting him long ago, but no one could kill him." With Old Zheng's tip-off, the faces of the 2 men beside him changed. They hadn't expected him to betray so thoroughly, with no fear at all of payback later. Come back from death? I frowned. That was most likely an SSS-rank talent too. In the apocalypse, that was as good as invincible. I don't want to live anyway. Old Zheng gritted his teeth, his face ashen. "Best if you can kill him. If you can't, give me a quick death." It didn't sound like a lie. "Take him to identify the bodies," I ordered the assaulter. "Find the lead guy's corpse. If there's no corpse, find the man." The assaulter led Old Zheng out. The medic and rifleman swapped, leaving the rifleman to watch the remaining 2 captives and me. "Tell me about what you did with Brotherly." I swept a glance over the 2 of them. "All of it. Don't try to fool me. Old Zheng doesn't even want to live. I'll use him to cross-check. Lie to me, and you go down the road with him." I'd left them a way out. The 2 exchanged a look, and one spoke first. "The first day of the apocalypse, the sky turned red. The 2 of us lived on the 3rd floor, no food at home, starving. Brotherly came knocking, said he'd take us out to get food. So we followed, out scavenging at night, back upstairs to sleep in the day. Later he pulled in more and more people and robbed most of this floor." The more he said, the lower his head sank. At first it was just intimidation. Then, he turned to the knife. Said kill anyone who didn't comply, the old folks first. The men went out in batches to hunt with him, and when they came back, well, it was the apocalypse anyway. Most people just resigned themselves to following him. His immortality, what's the deal with that? I don't know. Dread surfaced on his face. I saw him get his head cut off with my own eyes. There was a girl on the top floor. Her boyfriend had trained in fighting, a real hard case. He chopped off Brother Lee's head with one stroke. But that head grew back not long after, and he turned around and killed the guy. The girl was gone after that too. From then on, no one dared resist. Didn't dare, and didn't want to either, right? He shuddered all over and went quiet. This Brother Lee was a real piece of work. Carrot and stick, making an example to cow the rest, then doling out meat to his men. In the apocalypse, people's hearts were already in turmoil. With him running things this way, the men all fell in behind him. Brother Lee's immortal. So what's your talent? Talent. He looked blank. What's a talent? I stared at him a long while. It didn't look faked. Boss, you don't think we're unkillable like Brother Lee too, do you? My stare made him jittery. We're just ordinary people. One cut, and we're dead. Don't test it on us. A lot of it was forced on us. You never went back to your own homes? Stayed with him the whole time. Right? Brother Lee wouldn't let us split up, afraid someone would betray him. Even sleeping had to be under his eye. No wonder. Afraid some tough opponent would emerge, he'd simply forced everyone not to return to their own shelters. From the very start of the apocalypse, this crew had been gripped in his hand, with no chance to even activate their talents. No talent activated meant pure, ordinary people. I silently summoned the panel. Sure enough, no response. It couldn't be used inside someone else's shelter, which meant the only one with a talent was probably Brother Lee alone. But then came the worst news. The assaulter brought old Jung back. They'd searched the whole building, top to bottom, and there was no body of Brother Lee's. No body meant he'd revived. A living potential enemy was an enormous threat. And my 5 soldiers, they wouldn't last another hour. Once they were recalled, with Lin Yu's life still unknown, my shelter's combat power would drop to 0. Watch the captives. When the comms soldier's back, the sniper keeps searching for Brother Lee. I gave orders rapidly. All the supplies upstairs, haul it all down. Anything edible or usable, leave nothing behind. Tell Leah the whole building's supplies are hers to use, and fortify my place to the absolute max. We've only got 1 hour. Everyone got moving. The 3 captives were pressed into hard labor too, lugging down everything Brother Lee had scavenged these past days. 7 grown men going back and forth wasn't slow, but I still found it slow. I paced back and forth in front of the group of women in the inner room. No improper ideas. I was calculating whether I could put them to use. Tortured by Brother Lee into this state, they had to hate him to the bone. The enemy of my enemy is a friend. If I could light up their hatred, that'd be an asset too. I just hadn't figured out how to open the conversation. Just then, a new prompt suddenly leapt up before my eyes, and I froze on the spot. Detected. You have stayed in another shelter for over 30 minutes. The current shelter owner is absent and in an unable to resist state. Occupy the shelter or destroy it? Occupy or destroy? I was taken aback. Without realizing it, I'd been in this apartment a full half hour, triggering a new mechanic. Killing adds points, the captives had mentioned. This game didn't just rain down natural disasters. It egged humans on to slaughter each other. With even killing rewarded, destroying a shelter was no surprise. The captives had said this unit was originally Brother Lee's, that he'd knocked through the walls to merge them into one. So then, if I destroyed it, with Brother Lee's shelter gone, would his immortality talent still be there? The answer was self-evident. Destroy. Red light flared, spreading rapidly through the room. The women in the corner shrank back in terror. I had no time for them, only watching that red light flood across half the room. Destroyed a level 0 shelter, obtained 100 survival points. The former owner will lose their talent and all game mechanic privileges. You have a 30% chance to inherit their items at a 20% ratio. First destruction. Both probability and ratio raised to 100%. Inherit. I almost laughed out loud. I knew it. Destroy the shelter, and his revival talent was gone. Inherit. I wouldn't pass up any chance to strengthen myself. Inheritance complete. This shelter held 2,876 survival points, 1 E-rank bun maker, and 3 bottles of F-rank cooling fluid, all entered into storage. My eyes went wide. The Lee guy was actually this rich? Over 2,000 points? Then it hit me. I'd miscalculated. Killing and destroying shelters both gave points, and someone like Brother Lee couldn't not have known. This building had 32 units, meaning at least 32 shelters, minus mine and his. Over the past few days, he could easily have farmed well over 3,000 points just by destroying the others. As for that bun maker and those few bottles of cooling fluid, I'd seen them in the points shop, not expensive, which meant he'd long since figured out how to use points and had started spending. So why was he sitting on over 2,000 without using them? Most likely he'd learned shelters could be upgraded and was saving up to level up or to buy pricier items. Turned out he hadn't saved enough before I cut in and snatched it all. Every painstakingly farmed point became my dowry. A windfall. The final points threshold for upgrading my shelter, just like that, was met. Brother Lee's immortality talent was gone too. Even if he was still alive, he couldn't make waves. I had Leah at my side, two of us against his one. Besides, I had no intention of going out at all. Let Leah keep fortifying while I stayed home, growing stronger by the day. What could a brotherly with no shelter do to me? Pick up the pace. I grabbed the radio. Less than half an hour left. Leave 2 people at the door setting traps. The more the better. Don't be stingy with supplies. Stack the security to the max. Yes, Commander. Strangely enough, all the city's police comms were dead, yet the comms systems of these summoned soldiers were perfectly intact. It seemed what the game disabled was only Earth's original tech. Tech grown out of the shelter mechanics was unaffected. Commander, how do we handle these captives? The comms soldier asked. I request elimination to maximize your safety. He was waiting for my order. After a brief silence, I keyed the radio. Kill them. Yes, Commander. 3 gunshots soon came from downstairs. 3 lives gone. There was no ripple in my heart. After a night and a day of bloody battle, I was no longer the person I'd been a few days ago. Old Jung, don't blame me. I want to live too, and I have to be ruthless. I turned back to look at the group of women, feeling a headache coming on. Kill them? They were Brother Lee's victims. They'd never crossed me, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. I could be cold-blooded toward enemies, but toward the helpless, a sliver of conscience remained. Drive them out then. Don't kill them, but absolutely don't keep them in this building. I wanted this whole place clean, not a single stranger. In the apocalypse, I trusted no one. I could go soft, but I'd never let anyone get close. I swapped in a fresh magazine and was about to tell them to get dressed and get lost. Behind me came a faint call. Commander, Lin Yu. I whipped around. Lin Yu, covered head to toe in blood, was leaning against the doorframe, smiling weakly at me. Commander, you're alive. That's good. She was wounded all over, half her face a bloody mess of mangled flesh, skin scorched by the heat to expose pink raw flesh beneath, her clothes torn to ribbons. I lunged over in one stride to catch her. Being alive was a good thing, but in her state, she was barely a hair's breadth from death. I could feel the bullet holes on her body, barely clotted, long soaked through with blood. I'm okay, still breathing, she said, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. That crew threw a grenade at me, but I lured the leader onto the hook. He's not afraid of bullets, he can revive, so I tied him up. Every length he grew back, I cut off. Head limbs. I figured, as long as I kept holding on, I could wear him down to death. Just now his head stopped growing back. I think I wore him to death. She raised her eyes to me, grinned wide, mouth full of blood. You should be safe now. Before she finished, she went limp in my arms. Medic, I shouted into the radio. Get up here and save her. The medic rushed up, laid her flat on the floor, and tore open his first aid kit. I looked at her, my throat tightening. I'd still underestimated the talent's loyalty. She'd discovered Brother Lee could revive, yet hadn't thought to flee. She'd risked her life to pin him down. She thought she'd worn him to death, but in truth, it was me destroying the shelter, severing his talent, that let her final stroke truly take his life. Right now, all I wanted was to save her. A combat talent this devoted was too important to the shelter. Commander, I can't save her. The medic looked up, his face full of apology. 7 bullet holes, caught in a grenade blast. The skin on her body almost burned away, severe blood loss, dehydration, internal organ damage too. She needs surgery, but I have no conditions, no medicine. She's hung on this far purely on willpower. She'll be gone before nightfall. It was already afternoon. Getting her to a hospital was too late too, and these soldiers were about to vanish soon. She has to be saved. There's healing stuff in the points shop. I had the medic carry her, and we rushed all the way home. Through the door, Leah took one look at the gravely wounded, unconscious Lin Yu and rushed over with a cry to catch her. I had no time to explain and dove straight inside. Opened the points shop. Sure enough, back in my own shelter, these operations worked again. Filter, heal a gravely wounded combat talent. These past days holed up at home, I'd gotten the panel down cold. The shop refreshed a row of healing supplies, miraculous things, none of which human tech could produce, and all of them very expensive. The cheapest started at 500 points. I didn't hesitate much. Someone risking their life for me, even a mere copy, didn't deserve my stinginess. Purchase successful, C-rank medical consumable gene improvement serum. Injects a new gene sequence. Comprehensively heals most injuries, with a chance to optimize genes and boost physical attributes. 1,000 survival points. 1,000 points. Across the whole world, few right now could cough up that much in one go. I didn't even frown. I drew the syringe and stuck it into her vein. The emerald green serum pushed in, and color gradually returned to her pale face, her wounds knitting at a visible rate. She was still unconscious, but after rechecking, the medic said she was recovering and would wake on her own in a few hours. I let out a breath. She'd fought so hard, I had no reason not to look after her. Besides, for a long stretch ahead, the shelter couldn't do without her. Once she was settled, I looked up to give the soldiers new orders, but the medic was gone. Leah, where'd the soldiers go? Vanished, boss. She was crouched at the door working on the iron one, not even raising her head. You said yourself they were temporary, that they'd disappear. Time was up. No radio left behind, no gear left behind, and even the traps they'd set at the door had vanished along with them. The whole world had wiped away the traces of them ever being here. A shame. 6 fully armed Special Forces soldiers. What a powerful security force. If they could have stayed, the shelter would be solid as a mountain. Probably because my level's too low, the talent only gave temporary use. At a higher level, maybe I could get combat talents that stay permanently. I badly wanted to upgrade. But to play it safe, I first had Leah go upstairs and drive the women out. I left them clothes and some food. I wasn't that heartless, but in this building, I would absolutely keep no more outsiders. After Leah drove them off, she stayed downstairs reworking the building entrance, setting traps along the stairwell. The sky, before I knew it, had gone dark. The blood red faded entirely, leaving only a pitch-black night sky and a single moon. I opened the chat channel to see whether today's fight had alarmed anyone. Sure enough, people were talking. That whole show was like a gunfight movie, going from last night to this afternoon. I live in the building across the way, saw someone climbing the wall like Spider-Man, ducking and shooting all over. Shame phones won't power on, or I'd really have recorded it for you all. Watch the whole day. Entertaining? Who knows how many died? You could smell the stench of corpses from way off. This is the apocalypse for you. Humans turning on each other first. Heard a group of women walked out of that building. Looked like they were driven out. Really? Get down there fast. Grab one if you can. The last few messages drifted toward the women who'd been driven out. Predators like that were never in short supply in the city. I closed the channel. The slaughter in my building was just one ripple in the chaos. It had been days into the apocalypse. People were dying all over the city, and few had attention to spare for anywhere else. At least it was confirmed. This building had been marked. But after the hand I'd shown today, no one should be foolish enough to come looking for trouble. Just give me a few more days to farm rewards, and the hardest early stretch would be over. I checked the curtains and called up the panel. Check upgrade conditions. All 5 prerequisites fully met. Can upgrade to level 1 laboratory house, or continue waiting for another direction to upgrade. I had no time to be picky. 3 types. Any of them was about the same. What I cared about wasn't the type. It was whether, after the upgrade, that talent reward would be richer. Conditions met. Shelter upgrade beginning. Golden lights surged from the void, flooding the whole room, dazzling but harmless. After a few breaths, the light faded. I looked around, a little disappointed. The place was still its same lousy self. The area, furniture, layout hadn't changed at all. Upgraded to level 1 laboratory house. Can claim 4 adjacent spaces, left, right, front, back. New area is 4 to 5 times the original. Can spend supplies and points to freely remodel the adjacent spaces. Experimental tech tree, now open, assign talents and invest resources to upgrade shelter tech. So the upgrade just opened a door. The actual remodeling I had to do myself. A new shelter remodel appeared on the panel. I tapped it. My vision blurred. My soul seemingly pulled from my body, my viewpoint rising into midair to look down on the whole shelter. The walls all turned to ghostly outlines, the floor laid with large patches of green markings covering my apartment, and the rooms of the left, right, front, and back neighbors got circled in two. The entire floor had become my shelter space. Construction options surfaced along with it. Raise walls, knock through, move load-bearing walls, lay color, add furniture, whatever I wanted to mess with in the green zone. This really is a building game now. I was a flesh and blood earthling. How was even staying alive turning more and more into playing a sim management game? I didn't rush to start. I backed out first to settle myself. New prompts came surging in like a tide. Shelter upgraded, talent enhanced accordingly. Homebody's Haven, for every 24 hours spent in the shelter, randomly receive one most needed survival reward, minimum C rank, special rewards accepted. Talent timer reset to noon, 12 o'clock. An additional 1-hour daily outing exemption, not affecting reward settlement. Keep upgrading the shelter and the talent keeps strengthening. Minimum C rank. And I could go out for an hour each day. This talent was getting sweeter and sweeter. You are the first survivor in this city region to upgrade a shelter. Special commendation, Pioneer's Horn. Pioneer's Horn, C rank, can be used on any talent, granting the Pioneer trait. In this era, the most precious quality of a pioneer is luck. Those with this trait tend to be very lucky. An achievement reward? Being first in the city to upgrade actually came with a perk like this. Just as I was studying how to use it, the next line leapt out. You are the first survivor in this country to upgrade a shelter. Special commendation, Awakening of the Bloodline. Awakening of the Bloodline. A rank summon a special talent with national characteristics, who can grow with extremely high potential. First in the whole city, and first in the country too? An A rank talent, jackpot. I grinned ear to ear. A free A rank, across all current shelters, that was top-tier goods. But it also meant something not so good for the country. This many days into the apocalypse, I was the only one in the whole country to upgrade. The survival pressure on everyone else, you could well imagine. Most of tech was dead, plus the global heat. Even the air had become an enemy. A gun in hand was useless. You couldn't shoot the heat waves apart. Forget it. I was just an ordinary person, without the scope to fret over all of humanity. I only wanted to live well myself. Use, Awakening of the Bloodline. Golden light bloomed, condensing into a human shape. A woman in a white cheaphouse stood before me. Features exquisite as a painting, skin white as jade. Beneath willow brows a pair of eyes clear as autumn water. Sir. She gave a slight bow, gentle as if stepped out of an old painting, a faint smile at the corner of her lips, warm as a spring breeze. What's your name? I was a little dazed looking at her. It had actually summoned such a beauty. This humble one is named Jiang Xiaozi of Jiangnan. To meet you today, sir, is truly fortunate. A good name. She was tall and slender, the white cheapao tracing a waist you could span with two hands, an air of nobility, all the gentleness of an Eastern woman. But what drew me most wasn't the figure beneath the cheapao. It was the round piece of ancient jade at her waist, wholly emerald green, intricately patterned, faintly glowing. Obtained A-rank special talent Jiang Xiaozi. I idly opened her panel. The next second, my expression changed. Jiang Xiaozi, age 28, national fortune prodigy, A-rank strength 60, reaction 68, stamina 50, willpower 368, self-healing 211. Traits. National fortune blessing, she bears the nation's fortune. The shelter she's in is immune to apocalypse-derived disasters. Filial piety first for each resident over 40 in the shelter, exploration rewards, high-tier talent acquisition rate, and research speed each plus 1%, up to a cap of plus 100%. Farsighted strategy, anything in the shelter requiring brains, schemes, tactics, research, traps, defense, will not fail. Talents. Wide social circle, many friends. Each month has a chance to introduce a new talent. If none is introduced that month, the chance of introducing a high-tier talent next time increases. Brilliant Mind can impart her own knowledge and experience to others, significantly boosting shelter members' skills and thinking. Hearts United rallies people's hearts, greatly boosting members' morale and efficiency, making the whole shelter run more smoothly. Value rating, 3,568. HSSS. I sucked in a cold breath, read it 3 times over, confirming my eyes weren't fooling me. Absurd. Her stats left Lin Yu and Li Yi several streets behind. The 368 willpower and 211 self-healing were nothing. At most, they showed she wasn't built for combat. What truly stunned me were the 3 traits and 3 talents. Together, they made her a perfect internal affairs machine, a walking, all-around buff. The deadliest was wide social circle. Would I ever worry about a talent shortage again? A free one every month, plus a chance at a free high-tier piece. Wasn't that buy one get in? The only shame was filial piety first, which required residents over 40 to take effect. In the apocalypse, the old and the young were the hardest to survive alone. Keep too many, and they'd be deadweight dragging down disaster resistance. But that effect was just too sweet. 3 benefits, up to plus 100% each. Of all virtues, filial piety comes first. Looks like I'll have to figure out how to support a few elderly folks down the line. As long as I controlled the numbers, this trait was pure profit. Mid-calculation, a weak, faint groan came from the bed behind me. Water. Lin Yu had woken. She'd clawed her way out of the gravely wounded coma, wounds mostly healed, just still very weak. Before I could react, Jiang Xiaozi was already crouched at the bedside with water, gently feeding it to her. You are. Lin Yu, wary, looked hoarsely past me. Commander, a new member? I added pointedly. She's very important. From now on, when there's a matter in this house, you all listen to her, me included. She was a strategist type, internal affairs talent, clever. Listening to her wouldn't steer us wrong. And if it ever did, it'd be in a place I hadn't thought of myself. To be a leader, you need that much self-awareness. Very important. Lin Yu chewed on the word, propping herself up to sit. Jiang Xiaozi pressed her back down. You're hurt. Rest well. Listen to her, I said with a smile. You're very important too. Don't treat your own body as nothing. I'm very important too. Lin Yu paused, looking up at me in the dark, and I smiled at her. Our household is much sturdier than a few days ago. I sat down at the bedside and introduced things to Jiang Xiaozi. Counting you, there are 4 of us now. Me, you, Li Yi, Lin Yu. Lin Yu was my first subordinate, a soldier, the most loyal. Li Yi is an engineer, can remodel, and knows research. Xiaozi, I can call you that, right? The shelter will rely on you from now on. I'm not exactly clever. I hope you'll use your head to protect everyone. I will, sir. She nodded gently. Lin Yu watched from the side for a while, waiting until we were done before cutting in. Commander, are the enemies all cleared out? All cleared out. Then, those soldiers of yours? Gone. I gave a bitter smile. Our household is still 4 people for now, maybe more down the line. Oh right, Xiaozi, I brought back all the supplies from upstairs today, haven't inventoried them yet. I'll leave it to you. Okay, sir. She rose and walked toward the supply pile, her gait light. Only then did Lin Yu see the room was already piled with stuff. Toilet paper, toothbrushes, food and drink, everything you could want, even stacked up outside the door. Commander, who'd you rob? Robbed our enemies. I laughed heartily. External threats removed, talents multiplied. Everything was trending for the better. Outside it was still the heat-baked apocalypse, but my shelter had begun to take shape. The commander is amazing. I'm not amazing. I shook my head. Without you risking your life to pin the enemy down, we'd have been in danger. In this fight, you're the top contributor. Protecting you is what I'm meant to do. She lowered her head bashfully. Even a cheerful girl has her shy moments. Right, the medicine I gave you seems to have a chance-based effect, can strengthen you. How do you feel now? Hard to say, still a bit weak, can't tell for sure. I nodded and idly opened her panel. Lin Yu's base stats had all crossed 100. There was a new trait too. Seek the hidden. When carrying out exploration missions, a small chance to bring back extra supplies. Her rank had risen from D to C, combat rating up slightly. Only her status red weakened. 10 more hours to recover. The 1,000-point gene serum wasn't wasted. Even better than I'd expected. Most likely her base was on the lower side, and she'd hit the serum's improvement chance. Speaking of luck, I still had the Pioneer's Horn unused, which could add a luck-bringing trait to a talent. 3 talents. Who to give it to? By rights it should go to the highest rank, Jiang Xiaozi. But all her traits and talents were fixed buffs, and she was internal affairs type. Nothing to do with luck. Leah did research. What use did she have for luck? Research is a thing you do with both feet on the ground. The one who needed luck most was actually Lin Yu, out exploring every day as the main force. Good luck meant more supplies brought back. Then, while she rested with her eyes closed, I used the horn on her. A flash of golden light, and the trait was in place. Commander, it feels like something extra got added to my head. Lin Yu opened her eyes, confused. Don't overthink it, lie still. I smiled. You're our household's only guardian deity right now. She lay down obediently. Use what should be used. The sooner used, the sooner enjoyed. Though this set of mechanics was like a game, its bones were built to mirror reality. Moderate stockpiling helps. Mindless hoarding only drags you down. The night was quiet. Only the clang of Liya building defenses downstairs, and Jiang Xiaozi's soft murmurs inventorying supplies. I opened the panel, finally finding a moment to tally today's gains. Thanks to the talent reward, I'd wiped out the thugs and taken sole possession of the whole building. Everything Brotherly had scavenged these past days went cheap to me. A rough count. Just these supplies were enough to feed and supply the 4 of us for several months, and let us live more comfortably too. Other people in the city were still fretting over food and water, while I was already using refined things like toilet paper and toothbrushes, and could even smoke a cigarette in my downtime. Brotherly's crew really had hauled everything into the building. The pile even had comics and a few not-so-decent magazines. Lots of stuff was a good thing, but it came with a hassle. The freezer couldn't hold it all, and in the heat some food would spoil early. I needed to trade out the perishables fast and bring back some new things. How many points left? A look, 1,806. Build out the empty spaces first, then trade the rest for some good goods. I opened the construction module. The out-of-body feeling came again, viewpoint rising. This time I didn't space out. I started studying the whole building's structure in detail. An old residential building, 8 floors, for units each. My shelter, for now, was the entire 6th floor, plus the stairwell above and below. Going by the trend of upgrades spreading outward, sooner or later, I'd swallow the whole building. Then I have to look far ahead, take the whole building as the base, and draw the blueprint for what's to come. For now, I couldn't start work on other floors, so naturally, I couldn't build the ground floor defenses. Besides, defense mechanisms were absurdly expensive. The construction list had all sorts: iron doors, electric doors, wire mesh, and further up wall guns, laser traps, movable floors. No end in sight, but all dead expensive. The simplest single iron door cost 100 points. The upside of shelter construction was it took shape instantly, saving the trouble of stockpiling materials and building by hand. But what I could afford and use right now was just one iron door, and an iron door Leah could weld herself. Not as solid, but it'd do. The rest of the defenses either required a higher level or had prerequisites. I soon found that most of what could be built in a level 1 shelter, wiring, floor heating, central AC, chemistry lab, was all gated behind the same prerequisite room. Research room. Spend 1,000 points to build a level 1 research room. Opening this shelter type's tech tree, allowing development of more prerequisite tech modules. Got it. You needed the tech tree first to climb up, to buy more buildings. Reasonable. I really was feeling more and more like I was playing a game. A tailor-made apocalypse survival game for Earthlings. No choice. With tears in my eyes, I dropped the colossal 1,000 to buy the research room. Please select a placement location. The available range is marked in purple dot. The purple frame lit up, and I sucked in a breath. This research room, just one, ate up the entire footprint of a 2-bed 1 living room unit next door. The freshly upgraded level 1 shelter wasn't small, yet this single room took up a third of it. The most important prerequisite building really does eat space. I placed it in the innermost spot, far from the stairwell. Something this critical had to be protected. If enemies really came down the line, it couldn't be the first thing exposed. Successfully placed research room. The tech tree system is now open. Upgrade apocalypse tech. Remodel a better life. A better life? Let me see just how better it can get. I rubbed my hands and opened the freshly unlocked tech tree. The moment it opened, dense rows of projects spread out before me. At the top, it read Laboratory House Sequence, and below it a long string. Basic power, self-sufficient water, defense reinforcement, living facilities, research exploration boost, agricultural automation, medical station, air purification, smart surveillance, waste treatment, central AC. Just from the names I could imagine, light all these up and the shelter would be reborn. Let's check prices. Power 1,000, water 1,000, waste treatment 300, central AC 800. I sucked in a cold breath, looked at my remaining 800 points, and smiled bitterly. Building a shelter really was a long, heavy road. This was only level 1. It'd only get pricier from here. Central AC was important, but I still had ice water to fend off the heat. A medical station was nice, but not the most urgent. Let's take research exploration boost first. 500 points, the most visible returns. Research exploration boost. 500 points. Have a research talent study for 10 hours. On success, exploration returns plus 10%, tech research speed plus 10%. 10%s, not much on their face, but they'd add up to something real. 300 left. My eyes landed on Waste Treatment Center, exactly 300. I couldn't resist and bought it. I really couldn't stand that stench at home. With water cut off in the city, you couldn't even flush the toilet. Waste piled up daily, and using nearly rancid foul water to deal with it. I still begrudged that bit of water. As a civilized person, I really couldn't get used to such filthy living. Leah. I called Leah up from downstairs, told her about these 2 research projects, and said to do them tomorrow. Rest today first. No need to wait for tomorrow. Her eyes lit up. Boss, I can do it right now. Pull an all-nighter. Even, I guarantee it's done before tomorrow night. I'll stake my pledge on it. In those eyes was nothing but the fervor of research. She looked soft and frail, but at heart she was a research maniac. Sir, I also agree Miss Lee should do it now, Jiang Xiaozi said softly. In extraordinary times, our lives all hang here. The sooner she contributes, the safer everyone is. At a time like this, rest must yield to survival. When even the strategist said so. All right, then I'll trouble you, Leah. My pleasure. Leah wiped her brow, wrench still in hand, smiling sweetly, and dove headlong into the research room. Curious, I followed in for a look. Outside was an ordinary wooden door, but inside was packed with strange, exotic instruments, high-power microscopes, a chemistry workstation, a precision cutter, so many I'd never even seen. Yet Leah moved around inside like an old hand, tinkering away with delight. I didn't disturb her and backed out. Back in the main room, I found I was the only idle person in the whole shelter. Leah was doing research, Jiang Xiaozi inventorying and planning. Even the recuperating Lin Yu was sleeping as a matter of course. Where should I sleep too? There were no points left to spend anyway. I lay down beside Lin Yu, closed my eyes, and drifted off. When I opened them again, the windows were full of blood red. Maybe because the threats were removed, I'd slept unusually well. Lin Yu was gone. Jiang Xiaozi came over carrying 2 plates of hot food, fragrant. Sir, you're awake. Lunch is ready, eat up. What time is it? 12:10 noon. I was startled. Where'd you cook? Isn't our gas cut off? The downstairs neighbor has a gas canister and a stove. Some ingredients don't keep, so I took the liberty of making this meal. She explained gently. You said yesterday that matters big and small are for me to decide. No need to consult you. Right? You did well. I looked around, a little dazed. Before I slept it had been a mess, stuffy and reeking. Now, bright and spotless, the stench gone, a faint sweet fragrance in the air. Most surprising of all, the room had cooled considerably, around 30 degrees. Outside it was 70-degree heat. 30 was practically winter. How is it so cool? I glanced over. The freezer had been moved to the doorway, its lid open, with a crude exhaust device rigged to the outside, steadily pumping cold air into the room. This is an AC. Xiaozi, did you do this? Miss Lee made it. She shook her head, not claiming the credit. To let you sleep better. Without your instruction, she won't take the initiative on these things. I smiled. Leo was the passive type, used to acting on orders. Jiang Xiaozi was different. She'd think things through and get them done on her own. This brand new room before me was proof. In just one night, sitting at the bright, spotless table, I felt hazily like I was back before the apocalypse. But that little haze didn't last long. Congratulations. 24 hours spent within the shelter. Talent reward triggered. Talent reward obtained. C-rank tech weapon, endless bullet rain rifle, high sniper type. A rifle dropped out of thin air onto the dining table. Jiang Xiaozi's chopsticks paused. She lowered her eyes, pretended not to see it, and kept eating gracefully. I didn't explain either. I grabbed the gun and looked it over. Lightweight alloy body with a cold metallic sheen, clean lines, fitted with a smart scope and suppressor. Where the magazine would go, an energy conversion system was embedded, full of futuristic feel. Endless bullet rain rifle, C-rank, infinite ammo. Can fire endlessly, mind the barrel's heat dissipation. Mid-range precision sniping. Within 800 meters, switch to single-shot sniping at full power. Suppressed. Extremely quiet. Nearly inaudible in non-enclosed spaces. Effective range 800 meters. Full auto 800 rounds per minute. Built-in ammunition. No reloading needed. A rifle with infinite ammo, and sniping too? That even this kind of thing existed. That mysterious presence really had turned Earth into an apocalypse game. The reward had risen from D rank to C rank, most likely from the talent upgrade. But in the talent's view, what I lacked most right now was a weapon. Thinking it over, it really was true. Counting what I'd seized from Brotherly, the shelter had 5 pistols in all, but after yesterday's fight, ammo was down to under 100 rounds. A gun in every hand, yet not enough to sustain a high-intensity confrontation. So it just handed me one that doesn't use bullets. Timely rain. Except I don't go out, so it's not much use to me. Where's Linyu? I wanted to give her the gun. She was the main explorer, and she'd be safer with it out there. She went to examine the body, to confirm yesterday's enemy is truly dead. By my count, she'll be back soon. Brother Lee's body? I propped up my chin. Oh right, I haven't asked her how she stalled for so long yesterday, and how she captured Brother Lee. I asked already. Jiang Xiaozi set down her bowl and chopsticks. Miss Lin said she used the building's outer wall and the various units as cover. Lucky that crew had broken the doors open ahead of time. She moved along the outer wall, specifically picking off isolated enemies to ensure one-on-one fights, whittling them down bit by bit. Brotherly threw a grenade, but she evaded it without serious harm. As for capturing Brotherly, that was also a coincidence. Among the new soldiers you brought, there was a sniper who intimidated Brotherly and drew his attention away. Miss Lin seized the chance to ambush him and dragged him back. She'd realized Brotherly could revive, so she deliberately tied him up to keep him from growing back whole. The rest, you already know. She told you all this? Yes. I felt it necessary to understand everyone in the shelter, so I had a chat with each. She praised sincerely. Miss Lin's combat power is outstanding, and her willpower even more commendable. A rare, fine soldier. I think so too. Yesterday's fight, I'd felt firsthand how important she was, so that we never face a peril like yesterday's again. Jiang Xiaozi looked at me. I'd suggest you, sir, adjust direction and focus on internal defense. I was just about to put Li Ye in charge of that. That's not enough. She shook her head. Beyond hard defense, we need other means too. Such as people. She said softly. We need more hands. I know you don't trust outsiders, sir. The human heart is hard to read. I understand. But setting that aside, population is the key to a shelter growing stronger. With more people, a fight like yesterday's won't be fought so dangerously. The reason Brotherly was hard to deal with was simply numbers. In truth, he couldn't manage people at all. He only used the crudest methods. His men had no loyalty to him, only resentment and fear, yet he still kept them in line. She paused, her expression turning serious. If you trust me, sir, I'll handle this. I can ensure newcomers' loyalty to you to the greatest extent, gathering the strength of the masses to forge your shield and sword. I frowned, mulling it over seriously. I was cautious, but not stupid. I understood the words she'd left unsaid. Staying home was good for now, but the moment I hit a disaster that could only be weathered with numbers, a lone wolf was bound to suffer. And by this game's mechanics, Shelters would sooner or later devour one another. Devouring brought population and resources, and population itself was the capital to survive. Even setting aside the disaster rotation, other households growing stronger was a blade hanging over my head. I've wavered on it. More than outsiders, I'd rather stockpile talent units as residents. Like you, Linyu, Leah. You all are the foundation. But we have no stable way to recruit talents. She looked at me, tone still gentle. So you, sir, must learn the art of governing people. I'll help you. I looked straight into her eyes, suddenly moved. So this was what having a strategist felt like. You'd find yourself unwittingly persuaded by her. All right, it's yours to handle. I paused. But since you see through my temperament, you should understand me. I do, sir. She smiled. I'll establish a complete recruitment and management charter. And I'll do my utmost to tailor the safest possible identity for you. What identity is safest? She gently uttered the words. The power behind the throne. The door was pushed gently open a crack. Linyu poked half her head in, not quite daring to enter. Our expressions were too grave. Commander, what secrets are you two discussing? It's nothing, come in. I waved. How's the body? Didn't revive, dead for good. It was already rotting, so I threw it outside the building. She smiled cheerfully. I handed her the rifle and explained how to use it. This is for me. Linyu was so delighted she couldn't put it down, stroking the body of the gun, eyes full of fascination. A soldier's love of guns is instinct, doubly so for a fine piece with infinite ammo. Give your submachine pistol to Xiaozi for self-defense. Commander, that gun's low on ammo, only 20 rounds left. That's enough. I smiled. If it ever comes to Xiaozi having to fight personally, we won't be far from annihilation. Well said, Commander. I'll never let anyone harm the others. She gripped the rifle, her face resolute. She really had gotten stronger. After recovery, her combat rating was 256. Paired with the rifle, it jumped straight to 456. This gun alone added 200. By my estimate, her combat power now was at least the ceiling of ordinary humanity. Anyone stronger was probably only a movie Superman. Set out then. I opened dispatch. All 3 daily missions had risen from D rank to C rank. The higher the mission, the richer the haul. I picked the medicine one and gave it to Linyu. What we lacked most at home right now was medicine. Mission will be accomplished. She thrust out her chest, saluted, and headed out gun in hand. A 12-hour mission. She wouldn't be back until evening. Still too few combat talents, just the one Linyu. The moment she leaves, the safety factor drops several levels. It'll get better, sir. Zhang Xiaozi consoled. Take it slow, everything will come in time. I glanced at Lin Yu's departing back, then turned with interest to her. Go on. That power behind the throne plan of yours. After Lin Yu left, Zhang Xiaozi and I talked for a long time. Her power behind the throne plan, put plainly, recruit survivors to serve the shelter, manage people with talents as the framework. Talents constrain the survivors, keep down the troublemakers, and lead them to work hard. While I hid deepest inside, untouchable by anyone, with only the most loyal talents at my side. Once this pyramid is built, you, sir, supreme, talents as support, survivors as the populace, your safety is guaranteed, and the shelter can grow at high speed. She said softly, as the power behind the throne, you needn't do everything yourself. You only give orders, and there will be people to carry them out. No one can come near you. So naturally, you needn't fret over treacherous hearts anymore. I chewed on it. The more I heard, the more familiar it sounded. Isn't this just an emperor of old? You may understand it that way, sir. That smile of hers stirred something in me. She meant to lift me onto the throne. But honestly, to satisfy both my caution and the shelter's growth, this seemed to be the only road. Let's try it first. Who can say what comes later? I didn't seal the matter, just let her arrange things along this line. I'll see to it. She rose to clear the dishes. Sir, the food's gone cold. I'll go reheat. No need. I'll eat it as is. I waved a hand, suddenly feeling I was being a bit extravagant. These days into the apocalypse, most food in the city had gone rancid. Even the water reeked. Most people were nearly out of food and water. How could they, like me, still have a hot meal? It was only home cooking, but this treatment already left most of the city's survivors in the dust. In the afternoon, Jiang Xiaozi organized the building. Lin Yu explored outside. Leah soaked herself in the research room. And in the whole building, I was the only idle one. It really does feel a bit like being an emperor. I lay on the bed, enjoying the freezer's cool air. I give orders, they carry them out. This feeling, not bad at all. Full in content, I dozed off into another nap. When I woke, it was already 3 p.m. Staying home was deadly boring. No phone, no computer, so I opened the panel, meaning to scrounge for more bullets on the trading platform. Just as I was about to tap in, I noticed the leaderboard module had a whole batch of new boards today. Besides level, talent, and exploration, there were now supply reserves, kills, equipment, points. At a glance, more than 10. I scanned them. Damn, I'd actually taken 5 first places: talent, level, exploration, supplies, equipment. Am I that fierce? The first round of Apocalypse wasn't even a week in, and I'd already topped 5 boards. The more boards, the better. Once this round ended, the mysterious presence would issue rewards by ranking. The higher the rank, the richer the reward, and the more it'd snowball into a major advantage. Let me check the others. HSSS. This kills board's number 1 is absurd. The data at the top of the kills board plainly read, shelters destroyed, 161. This board was just like a kill ranking in a game. Everyone who could make it on was a combat maniac. But this was reality. Destroying 161 shelters meant killing at least 161 living people, possibly more. The apocalypse was only days old, and he'd already taken out this many? I didn't believe everyone he'd met was an enemy. This was a killing maniac. Whether he killed for fun or to farm points, either way, extremely dangerous. I committed the top name firmly to memory. Little White Bear Shelter. The name was cute enough, but what he did wasn't cute in the slightest. And this was just the city board. What the national and world boards looked like, I didn't know, but you could infer the large from the small. If even Jinling spawned someone like this, other places weren't necessarily more peaceful. Natural disaster and human disaster. This was the apocalypse. I caught a glimpse of my own ranking. Kills board, 53,688th, 1 shelter destroyed. Which meant that in this city alone, at least 50-some thousand people had destroyed someone else's shelter. And this was only the beginning. Let's check the points board. I ranked past 100,000, off the list. I rolled my eyes. After all that spending, several thousand points were down to a pitiful 6. 6 was low, but surely not enough to drop me past 100,000? Could it be that at least 100,000 people in the city had figured out how to farm points? I looked at the points board's number 1. Little White Bear Shelter. Current points 12,620. Over 12,000. Counting what he'd spent, the cumulative haul had most likely topped 20,000. By the number of shelters he'd destroyed, he should have at least 16,000 points. His current balance being short meant he'd spent a batch. This guy's strength was unfathomable. A killing maniac hidden in the city, whereabouts unknown, a headache. Especially with my cautious nature, that familiar sense of pressure came creeping back. The ease hadn't even warmed up before it was overlaid by a thick sense of crisis. What alarmed me most was, he'd stockpiled this many points, yet his shelter was still level 0. Someone holding over 10,000 points couldn't meet the upgrade conditions? Impossible. He was deliberately suppressing his level. He was hiding a trump card others didn't know about. Where on earth was this guy? He wasn't close to me, was he? A chill ran through me. I closed the leaderboards, logged onto the trading platform, and searched for weapons and bullets. Prices had jumped several times over. 2 days ago, a few bottles of ice water plus some medicine could get me 100 rounds. Today the sellers opened with, not enough. The lowest quote, 10 bottles of ice water, plus 20 gene of long storage food, or 20 boxes of common medicine, just for 100 rounds of the most ordinary pistol ammo. Other calibers weren't for sale, grenades weren't for sale. Only pistols, pistol ammo, and body armor were listed. I asked around. The prices were all similar, as if overnight they'd colluded to hike them in unison. I flipped through the chat channel and found the clue. Bullets are crazy expensive today. Finally saved up some resources to buy a gun for protection, and it's not enough again. Heard there have been too many gunfights these past days, all over supplies, and some people specifically slaughter weak shelters. Sellers with guns started limiting supply, saying they don't want to watch humans turn on each other. Bull. They just want to hoard arms and build their own power. There are good people too. My female neighbor next door got rescued by a rescue team yesterday. Shame their supplies are limited. I'm feeling more and more like there's no difference between after the apocalypse and before. How so? Before the apocalypse, I slaved away for decades trying to buy a house. Prices rose every year, always just short. After the apocalypse, I save up resources to buy a gun, and every time I'm just short too. You tell me, isn't it the same? I'm still at the bottom of society. Damn, then this whole apocalypse came for nothing. Yesterday, I'd been busy fighting and hadn't paid attention. Just a few days, and the trading market had soured. The kind-hearted, those selling supplies cheap, all gone. Water, food, weapons, prices all up several-fold. The more life-saving the hard currency, the pricier. Meanwhile, non-essentials like toilet paper, toothbrushes, cigarettes were dirt cheap, but nobody cared. Life and death on the line. Who still cared about quality of life? I had a headache too. I'd planned to use ice water as my capital, but now ice water wasn't considered essential in everyone's eyes either. Output was too small, just 10 a day from me in the whole city. Tossed into such enormous demand, it didn't even make a ripple. It had long been treated as a luxury, demand plummeting. Trades soon to expire food for bullets. I tried negotiating, but the sellers were picky. Perishable food got offered only half the price of long storage food. Just a few days, and they'd all gotten shrewd. They all wanted to take advantage of me. Fine, I won't buy. I had a rifle with infinite ammo anyway. Weapons weren't an urgent need, no point being the sucker. But I had to buy something. On the table sat the list Xiaozi had made last night. A pile of soon-to-expire, spoiling food. Not dealing with it meant waste. Eat it. Couldn't finish it. The shelter had only 4 mouths, and the stockpile was enough to feed dozens for a week. Besides, the other 3 were all girls. The biggest eater was just Linyu. Then let me buy some cigarettes. They're cheap, haven't smoked in days. On second thought, it felt extravagant. Others were still worrying about empty stomachs, and here I was, mulling over stockpiling a few cartons of cigarettes for a fix. Mid-thought, a sudden commotion came from downstairs. Seemed a fair number of people had gathered. I rushed to the window, lifted the gap in the curtain, and looked down. A group of women stood below. It was the batch I'd driven out yesterday, this building's original residents. They'd come back. In the crowd, Linyu was there too. She held her gun, seeming to be calming someone, then turned and walked to the front door, unlocking it with the method Leah had taught. A prompt leapt up at the same time. Notice, your dispatch talent, Linyu, has triggered a special event and returned to the shelter early. A special event? Returning early? Another new mechanic. Would the supply hall be affected? I still hadn't grasped this dispatch system. Soon, Linyu pushed the door open and came in. Commander. She saluted. It's not dark yet. Why are you back early? Did something happen? Yes, Commander. She took a deep breath. While carrying out the mission, I found a gang of thugs not far from the shelter brutalizing a group of unarmed women. As a soldier, I have a duty to protect civilians, so you drove them off and brought the women back. I glanced downstairs again, my tone flat. You know I'm the one who drove this group out. I know, Commander. She lowered her head, growing less sure as she spoke. I wasn't trying to defy orders. They were just too pitiful. Miss Jiang told me last night that if I met suitable people on the way, I could bring them back to the shelter, that we need fresh blood. She didn't say which people. I saw they were pitiful. I'm sorry, Commander. I'll have them leave right now. No need. I waved a hand and sighed. Xiaozi really was clever. She'd been laying this groundwork last night, certain she could sway me today. She'd seen through Linyu too. This girl was made of Huaxia soldiers' stuff. Faced with the unarmed in distress, how could she stand by? Willing to sacrifice, protecting civilians, that was a soldier's instinct. Without Xiaozi's words at noon, I'd at most have driven them off once more. But now it was different. Go find Xiaozi. She'll get them settled. Commander, will we kill them? Linyu gripped her gun tight, asking nervously. I looked at her little gesture and smiled. Linyu, if I ordered you to kill them, would you do it? I don't know. Her eyes went wide, almost unable to believe the one she served might be a tyrant. Would you fire? A military order is as a mountain. Her whole body stiffened. I'd atone with my death. She couldn't accept firing on the innocent. It violated her principles as a soldier. Look how torn you are. I smiled. Relax, I won't give such an order. Go on, Xiaozi knows how to arrange things. Commander, I. You agreed. She was so delighted her eyes shone. Do I look like a killing maniac? No. She shook her head hard. You're the greatest leader in my heart. To extend a hand to strangers even in your own hardest moment. That kind of thing wins over a soldier most of all. Enough. I'm not that great. I have my own calculations. There was more food at home than we could use. Rather than let it rot, better to feed a few more mouths to work. Keeping a group of women was less trouble than a group of men, with a smaller threat too. Go on. Lin Yu ran downstairs eagerly to share the good news. I watched the scene below through the curtain. Was it exploitation? But at least I'd given them safety, each taking what they needed. Put that way, I wasn't so bad. The apocalypse hadn't yet turned me into another person. The thought wasn't finished when another line appeared before my eyes. Special event of an outstandingly completed dispatch mission. Your talent, Lin Yu, was greatly inspired and gained a new trait, my faith. My faith. She received sufficient inspiration, and the one she serves has firmed her conviction. She now holds the opportunity to break through to a higher tiered. This kind of surprise too? I was delighted. Satisfying a talent's spiritual needs could actually make her stronger? This was a pure win. Not only did I get a group of free laborers, but Lin Yu could level up too. She was my only military force. Naturally, the stronger the better. She was C rank now. One more breakthrough would be B rank. I lay against the window, watching Xiaozi take the stage. She walked up to the group of women, naturally took the hand of the leading older sister, and said something I couldn't make out. Too far to hear clearly, but the women, faces full of wariness at first, gradually softened. I only later heard from Xiaozi that she'd spun yesterday's eviction into to clear the building of remaining enemies. The sisters had to be wronged outside for a night, and offered a solemn apology on my behalf. A rather strained explanation. But in times like these, however strained the reason, as long as it bought a way to live, no one would dig into it. What those women had been through, I only pieced together later. That night of being driven out, they'd huddled together to sleep in a subway station, and at dawn's count, 3 were missing, gone soundlessly in the dark, no one knowing what had befallen them. The rest didn't dare stay, walking aimlessly under the blazing daytime sun, only to run into a gang of supply-scavenging men and nearly get abducted. It was Lin Yu arriving in time who saved them. So when Xiaozi said, "Come home, there's food, there's water, and even a hot bath," the women's eyes lit up at once. A hot bath? In this weather, it came ready-made. Such a simple thing, but to them, it felt like another lifetime. Xiaozi was extremely efficient. In half an hour, the 12 women were each settled. They were this building's residents to begin with, so Xiaozi simply had them return to their own homes, tidy up their ransacked rooms, and went door to door delivering food and drink. After they'd eaten their fill, bathed in turns, and changed into their own clothes, for a moment, it was as if the apocalypse had never come. But Xiaozi didn't let that illusion linger long. She gathered everyone in the ground floor lobby and held a short meeting. I couldn't hear clearly, but I caught the gist. Nothing more than, the world had changed, people had to band together to survive. Mr. Su had cleared their home, given them food, shelter, and safety, a rare good leader. If you want to live, put away your pride, unite, guard the home. As for fighting, they wouldn't be needed. Warriors like Lin Yu would bear that. They only had to clean, cook, haul supplies, and help Leo with defenses, each doing their part. Just treat it as a job with room and board. In a few words, those women, still shaken, slowly showed on their faces a hope for stable days. I couldn't help but marvel. What a woman, so skilled at working people. No wonder she was A rank. Lin Yu stood behind Xiaozi, staring at her a long while, then muttered something. A floor apart, I couldn't catch it, but I guess it was probably the same thought. The setting sun sank, the red orb burning the whole sky deep crimson, the air so stifling it was hard to breathe. I stood at the window, watching the women Xiaozi had thoroughly won over below, but another thought turned in my mind. It was nearly a week now. Where was the rescue? Foreign militaries might be overwhelmed by the sudden disaster, but on this land, where were the soldiers? Regular army, garrison, armed police, militia, plus the veterans discharged every year. That was a fighting force in the tens of millions. How could there be not a single stir? This was the biggest knot in my mind. When the apocalypse first came, I, like every ordinary person, kept hoping for rescue deep down. I'd even agonized. If someone really came to my door, would I follow them or stay holed up in the shelter? Now there was no need to agonize. No one came at all. Forget the army. Even news of police was scant, and official political power was nowhere to be seen. In the whole channel, only a scattered few shelters claiming to be police were gathering up displaced people. It made no sense. There was a military region right next to Jinling. This city's military strength wasn't weak. The first round of disaster was just heat, not monsters falling from the sky. Were the people gone? Even if all tech was dead, comms, planes, tanks, satellites all paralyzed, the people were still here. Soldiers were people too, even barehanded. Even with only cold weapons, they were a force not to be underestimated. With a soldier's temperament, in the face of catastrophe, they could never vanish without a trace. There had to be some hidden reason I didn't know. Had derived disasters wiped them out? Impossible. Soldiers were scattered everywhere. How could they all be caught in one net? And there should at least be some report. The mysterious presence had no reason to vaporize these people out of thin air. Last time it reported 1.3 billion dead worldwide. Could that figure have included the military and political power of every nation? I couldn't figure it out and had nowhere to ask. Only one thought lingered. It was as if an invisible hand were deliberately severing humanity's ability to save itself, to correct its course. That guy wanted to watch us struggle to survive in total chaos. Like admiring a cage of trapped beasts from the other side. The more settled things got, the more I felt this apocalypse was riddled with unsolvable riddles. Commander, you there? Lin Yu's voice broke into my thoughts. Come in. Commander, important situation. She saluted, her voice low. While on the mission, I found an unguarded large supermarket. Some supplies had been hauled away, but a lot remained. I couldn't carry it alone. Requesting instructions. Should we make this supermarket our next main target? An unmanned supermarket? I rubbed my chin. It's not a trap, is it? The streets are full of starving ghosts these days. Where's there a supermarket not picked clean? It shouldn't be. I checked carefully. She shook her head. There were signs of fighting inside, bodies and blood, dead probably within the last 2 days. From the looks of it, someone killed the supermarket owner and the original residents and hauled some things off. I judge the culprits will come back to move goods over the next few days. You want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth? I frowned. A bit risky. Commander, they have no guns. Her tone sank. The killing was all done with edged weapons, 90% ordinary commercial tools, no military gear. 8 dead. The fight was fierce. The perpetrators roughly 10 to 15, counting backup, no more than 30. And I. She patted the rifle on her back. Have this. 1 against 30. 1 gun was enough. I looked at her, marveling inwardly. This Huaxia soldier's mold really was, with me here, there's no battle that can't be won. 30-some enemies. She didn't take them seriously at all, and was already eyeing the supermarket they'd claimed. Lin Yu, I don't want anything to happen to you. Are you really sure? I was tempted too. I'd just taken in a batch of people, so I had to stockpile more supplies to feed them. Xiaozi could train these women into qualified residents, but the premise was that I could feed them. 100% sure, I'll absolutely take it. I mean, I don't want to see you get hurt. Absolutely no injuries. She held her head high, calm and certain. A gang of thugs with no professional gear. They don't even have the right to lay eyes on me. Phew. That bravado, a regular female ace soldier. I smiled. She really did have an ace's ability. I'd seen it with my own eyes. All right, I agree. You set the battle plan yourself. I'm not the professional. I suggest you ask Xiaozi for a strategy. She's sharp. And have Liya rush you some handy gear. I paused and said seriously, don't rush, prepare more. I can't lose you. I meant it. Nothing to do with anything else. I truly couldn't lose Lin Yu. She was too important. I guarantee a victorious return. She snapped a salute and turned to leave. With the green light, she immediately pulled in Liya, then went to find Xiaozi, the 3 women putting their heads together to plan how to defeat the enemy and the hauling scheme. After about an hour or so, they each split off to act. At 8 p.m., I lay against the window and watched, wide-eyed. as Lin Yu led Xiaozi and the 12 women out of the building in a grand procession. Damn, everyone was deployed. Except Leah and me, not one stayed. Each carried the steel spears and wooden shields Leah had rushed to make overnight, fully kit, with some fighting strength to speak of. I recall reminding her not to rush, didn't I? I felt a little uneasy. It was already night. Were they planning a night raid? What a bunch of brazen, fearless women. What happened that night? Xiaozi and Lin Yu told me bit by bit afterward. With my eyes closed, I could almost replay the whole thing in my head. At 8 p.m., Xiaozi led the 12 girls out onto the street. Flashlights, torches, no shortage of light. What was hard to bear was still the heat. The girls were bundled up tight, even their faces covered. This was the method Leah taught, layering on more clothes, using the air gaps as insulation, the inner layer wicking sweat, the outer blocking heat. It worked, though it left them drenched in sweat. It beat letting skin touch 70-degree air directly. Xiaozi gave each a small sip of ice water and rallied them as they walked. We're not in peaceful times anymore. We can't rely on men. We have to band together. This trip isn't just for food, sanitary pads, insulation supplies. Those are necessities too. The girls' eyes lit up. 6 streets over was a 7-story shopping mall. The main doors shattered, trash all over the entrance, dried blood on the walls. Empty inside. Xiaozi led everyone straight to the basement supermarket to haul goods. The girls were terrified at first, but the more they hauled, the more energized they got. The more they brought back, the more security they'd have to live on. Xiaozi directed. Heavy and big stuff at the bottom of the carts. Chain the shopping carts together. Go push over the delivery hand trucks from the courier point. She lifted her head and scanned the pitch-black street, knowing full well she was being watched. The torches and flashlights blazed bright in the dark, like a swarm of fireflies. Exactly what she wanted. She made bait of herself, deliberately gathering everyone at the spacious mall entrance with torches planted all around, all to clear the best sniping line of sight for Lin Yu. This bit of light was the only brightness in the dark, sure to draw the nearby predators. Sure enough, at the end of the street, behind a few derelict cars, a gang lay hidden. The leader was a bald man, nicknamed Big Lou, rubbing his hands with a cold sneer. A bunch of women banding together, all lambs. Tonight's gonna be fun. The bespectacled young man beside him was his younger brother, nicknamed Little Lou, who held him back. Don't be careless. The steadier something looks, the easier you fall. Watch a bit more. This gang was patient, crouching in the dark for a full hour, watching the girls pile supplies onto cart after cart. Bro, that's about enough. Move now or the duck in our mouth flies off, a subordinate fretted. Little brother, what do you think? Little Lou pushed up his glasses. There was a gunfight at the nearby residential block a while back, grenade noises too. Heard a group of women got driven out, probably them. No men, no allies. Armed, sure, but women are women in the end. We can take them, but it has to be fast. Someone from the next block's eyeing this place too. Drag it out, and they'll snatch the prize. Listen to my brother, quick and decisive. Big Lou nodded. Split into 2 teams, flank left and right. Little brother, take 2 and circle to the back door to block runners. Move in 10 minutes. Little Lou took 2 men and crept toward the back door. Big Lou still had 20-some at his side, waited 10-odd minutes, then waved a hand low. Go. The men, using the cover of night and the wrecked cars, hunched low and closed in step by step on the girls at the mall entrance. But they hadn't noticed. On the platform of a tall building behind them, a camo-clad female soldier had a rifle set up, watching their every move crystal clear through a night vision sniper scope. Miss Jiang guessed right. Lin Yu cocked her head, fingers settling on the trigger. Prey hooked. Hey there, ladies. A teasing laugh suddenly came out of the dark. The nearest girl shrieked in fright and turned to look. 20-some men had closed in from left and right, all wielding fire axes, rebar, kitchen knives. Sister Jiang. The girl scrambled back on hands and feet. The girls hauling goods, all paled in unison, surrounded. Don't panic. Xiaozi's voice rang clear, perfectly steady. Deep breaths. Remember what I taught you. The girls scrambled to grab their steel spears and shields, hands trembling as they circled to her side. The men closed in with leering grins, most of their eyes glued to Xiaozi. Of all these women, She was the most beautiful, stunningly so. Gentlemen, Xiaozi brushed back a lock of hair and spoke lightly. Out searching for supplies this late? The mall's huge. We took a little. We won't take what's left for you. Search for supplies? Big Lou sneered. This turf belongs to us, the White Bear Gang. You robbed our stuff, so you'll pay with your bodies, ha. Fear surged in the girl's eyes around her. Those dark, sunless memories from the residential building. This turf is yours. Xiaozi glanced up at the mall's dim signboard and gave a helpless smile. Fine. Looks like there's no negotiating. She calmly raised her right hand and made a fist. Received. On the tall building, Linyu took a deep breath and put him in the scope. Raising your hand to surrender? Big Lou scoffed. Before he finished, Xiaozi lowered her hand, index finger crooking gently, as if holding an invisible gun, aimed at him. She tilted her head slightly, and from her red lips came a single sound. Bang! Almost the same instant, Big Lou's head exploded. The girl's screams burst out everywhere. The headless body toppled stiffly into the pool of blood. The men were all stunned. Their boss had been joking a second ago, and the next. Did this woman know sorcery? Xiaozi shifted her gesture, another point. Bang! A second man dropped where he stood. She knows witchcraft, someone leapt up. Avenge Big Lou. There's no escaping. All at once. She's alone. She can't handle this many. 20-some men charged in howling. Xiaozi didn't flinch, her slender finger pointing one after another. One, then another, falling in succession. In a few breaths, the 7 or 8 who charged first had toppled into a wall of corpses, blocking those behind. It was over. Whoever this woman pointed at died. Is this her talent? Aiming out of thin air, point and shoot. Someone collapsed in place, cold all over. Help Miss Jiang. Among the girls, Sister Lee was first to snap out of it, wiped the vomit from her mouth, and screamed, If she dies, we don't escape either. Pick up your weapons. Protect Miss Jiang. The girls jolted awake, gripped their steel spears and spread out, barely forming the formation Xiaozi had taught. Hands trembling, but eyes set. All the fear, the humiliation, the resentment toward this damned apocalypse. In that moment, all burned into a single drive. Fight to the death. These were things Xiaozi later glossed over lightly. She said bringing these women out had never been only to make bait, but also to let them see blood with their own eyes. Without witnessing life and death, you don't grow fast. Those who couldn't adapt got weeded out. Only those who endured were fit to be the shelter's residents. Those 20-some men, by now, no longer dared charge, frozen in place, caught between advance and retreat. The Qipao woman still held her shooting gesture, but pointed at no one now. You said just now, White Bear Gang? Xiaozi tilted her head. Where's your shelter? How many of you are there? The people in this mall, did you kill them? The men exchanged looks, none daring to answer. One mustered the nerve to shout. Don't do anything rash. We've got Little White Bear behind us, the city's #1 apocalypse player. Your talent's strong, but he's stronger. Let us go and we'll act like we never saw you. We don't even know who you are or where. It was both a threat and a plea. These days, who wanted to make extra enemies, let alone with the one at the top of the board? The name Little White Bear had spread across the whole city in recent days. Little White Bear, Xiaozi, neither startled nor angry, was silent a moment, then slowly raised her left hand. Oh, kill them all. Linyu held her breath and squeezed the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Muzzle flashes flickered soundlessly in the night, bullet after bullet bursting head after head, every shot precise. She's going to kill us all. Run. But two legs couldn't outrun bullets. In open ground, they were living targets. Linyu took just 1 minute to clear the rest. Headless corpses all over the ground, soaking in blood, like a slaughterhouse in the dead of night. Xiaozi had wiped that gang out, not one left. A girl later asked her. They'd all begged for mercy. Why kill them to the last? Linyu repeated Xiaozi's answer to me, and I remembered it a long time. That gang has Little White Bear behind them, Xiaozi said. The commander mentioned him to me, the maniac with the most kills in the whole city. We've already been seen. Leave one alive, and you're inviting a pack of wolves down on yourself. She said, you can be kind-hearted, but before your next act of mercy, weigh it first. Will your kindness get everyone killed? These were all things the two of them pieced together for me after daybreak. When it happened, I was still home sleeping soundly. At 2 a.m., the team returned fully loaded. At 4 a.m., I was woken by the commotion downstairs, chattering female voices, mixed with crisp laughter. I was a little curious. After the talent upgrade, I had a 1-hour daily outing exemption that didn't affect reward settlement, so I just pushed open the door and went down. The ground floor lobby was piled with supplies, all in shopping carts, packed full. The girls held torches and flashlights, sorting them with cheerful chatter. That laughter was full of the joy of a good haul. What the heat couldn't snuff out was the hope of staying alive. Lin Yu leaned against the wall, hugging her rifle, scanning warily, then suddenly looked up toward the stairwell. She saw me. Snap! She instantly snapped to attention. Greetings, Commander. The clamor went quiet at once. Countless eyes followed the direction of her salute, looking toward the pitch-black stairs. I walked down with a blank face, not putting on airs, just inexperienced, so I could only keep a stern face to avoid showing nerves. Up, up, get up. The girls rose one after another, lining up behind Lin Yu. Sister Lee was first to lower her head and call out, "Greetings, Commander," and the rest followed in a rolling chorus. "Greetings, Commander. Greetings, Commander." Not quite in sync, but all with awe and a touch of curiosity. The bolder ones secretly sized me up by the torchlight. Young, even features, sword-like brows, a fair scholar's face. Nothing like the pot-bellied commander of rumor. I looked more or less harmless, which oddly made them feel a bit of closeness. Xiaozi, half smiling, said nothing, ceding the floor to me. Lin Yu stood behind me like a pine. Xiaozi winked at me, hinting I should say something. First time meeting your own residents, you ought to greet them. I took a deep breath and suddenly felt the weight on my shoulders. The shelter had its first batch of residents. These women, who'd suffered so much, now staked their lives on me. I really should say something, to put these hard-luck people a little more at ease. Before the words came out, a clear murmur drifted from the crowd. "Commander, you're really handsome." That "handsome" choked me back, and I could only keep up the stern face. Xiaozi, considerate, stepped forward of her own accord and respectfully handed over a sheet of paper. "Sir, tonight's haul, I made a list." The girls didn't know when she'd jotted it down, only found it amazing. I looked it over for a moment, then lowered my voice. "How long will it last?" "Counting spoilage, with this many people, about half a month." She lowered her voice too. "Add future exploration, and you needn't worry. Sir, I can manage it." I nodded with satisfaction. Ever since I got Xiaozi, I was utterly liberated. It really proved that saying. When there's work, she handles it. When there's none. Ahem. Anyway, she's capable. That's the point. You did well, and so did everyone. I looked toward the crowd, and somehow it slipped out. "Comrades, you've all worked hard." Whoops. Used to being called Commander, Commander, and that line just blurted out. Behind me, Lin Yu snapped to attention. "Serve the people." The girls caught on too and chorused. "Serve the people." Their voices crisp, much more in sync, with a faint air of female soldiers. I saw a spark of light in their eyes, different from that daytime blankness. These women, whose shelters had been destroyed at the very start of the apocalypse, and who should have died wretchedly, seemed to have found the will to live again. "Good, very good, what spirit?" Xiaozi smiled and waited for everyone to quiet down before saying softly, "Sir, there are some matters I'd like to discuss with you alone. Come up and talk." I led her upstairs. Through the door, she actually knelt obediently before me, reaching to take off my shoes. "What are you doing?" "You are the master, I am the servant," she said softly. "In public you honor me. In private, I should keep to propriety. There aren't that many rules here, get up." I waved a hand and asked offhand. "Right? I haven't asked about your background in detail. Lin Yu's a modern soldier, Leah's a modern engineer. You're from an earlier time, aren't you?" She was so mindful of propriety, with an old-world refinement in her bones. "By the timeline, I count as a modern-era person." She lowered her head. "To be precise, the Republican period." "The Republic?" I was taken aback. "So then, do you know why you came here? Whether talents were copies or living people summoned from another time and space?" This question I'd never resolved. "You could say I know." She pressed her lips into a smile. "My world and yours, sir, aren't quite the same, but there's much that's the same too. Since I'm here, I'll serve you well. After all, I can't go back. I felt a bit awkward. What was it you wanted to tell me just now? Tonight at the shopping center, we ran into a gang of thugs. She lowered her voice. By their own account, they were people from Little White Bear Shelter, residents, or subordinates. Little White Bear. My heart tightened. That was the maniac at the top of the kills board. How did you handle it? I had Lin Yu kill them all. She raised her eyes with a gentle smile. Killed them all. At least all I saw, not one left. I had the girls act as bait to draw them out, and only had Lin Yu move once nearly all of them had shown themselves. She said it very calmly. I didn't intend to kill them to the last at first, but the moment they invoked Little White Bear, I knew there was no having it both ways. I could only harden my heart. You did right. I took a deep breath. I fully agreed. Right now, I absolutely didn't want any connection to that killing maniac. Silencing them at least cut off the trail and spared the shelter trouble. Only, that shopping center can't be used again. She sighed softly. We finally found a place to gather supplies long-term, and now Lin Yu will have it hard again. It's fine, there'll be more. I didn't worry about food and water. My talent always had a solution. What turned in my mind was her methods tonight. She put it lightly, but in that tone hid a trace of blood. I'd thought she was a clever, gentle internal affairs talent untouched by blade and arms. Seemed I'd misjudged. Made sense, though. A clever woman who'd walked out of the Republic's chaos. How could her methods not be ruthless? Those years were turbulent indeed. Sir, she suddenly asked softly, will you dislike me? I had Lin Yu kill so many people. Men probably don't like a woman like this. You did it for self-preservation and to protect me. How could I think badly of it? I gently laid my hand on her hair. Don't worry, I won't hold it against you. You're my most important partner. I felt her body give a slight tremble. Then she answered low, Sir, it's nearly dawn. Are you still going to sleep? Didn't sleep well last night. I need to catch up. Last night, I'd kept worrying over the two of them and hadn't slept properly. Now with the sky barely light, it wouldn't stop me from going back to sleep. These three women at home were too capable. As the head of the house, I'd become the most idle one instead. Wake me at noon. I have real business each midday. I will, sir. Then you just, Why are you taking off your clothes? Hey, why are you getting in bed? I started and shrank toward the edge of the bed. Are you tired too? Should I give you the bed? Underneath, she wore a red, close-fitting doo-doo, head bowed low to keep me from seeing her flushed face. Her voice soft but certain. Sir, I think we could sleep together. That way, perhaps it'd be better. Xiaozi, you've misunderstood. I'm not that kind of person. I quickly turned serious. You're beautiful, but we haven't known each other long. I understand your loyalty and reliance on me, but I won't use that to force you to sleep with me. Sir, you've got it wrong. She lifted her head, blushing, a little lost in her eyes. It's you, keeping me company to sleep. Me keep you company. I was bewildered. Me with you. You with me. Isn't that all just sleeping? Is there a difference? She lowered her head again, voice soft. I'm sorry, I overstepped. She bent to pick up her qipao, not minding at all that her curves fell into my view just so. That trace of disappointment didn't seem to be from rejection, more like a homeless child who'd lost her way in the night. Talents, it turned out, were people too, no different from me. Wait. I called her back. Come up and sleep. You agreed, sir? She turned around and happily folded her qipao. That utterly defenseless trust, that wholly unguarded openness, instead made me solemn. I agreed. I scratched my head. But, shall we keep it plain? You don't intend to have me, sir? I think you wouldn't be willing. I can be willing. Wait for the day you drop the can be. I shrugged. Maybe what you lack right now is just a bed where you can sleep in peace, not a man like me. Maybe what you lack is just a bit of belonging, like a home. You drifted from one age of chaos to another. People who've drifted long crave a warm harbor most of all, and most easily give up, for its sake, things they never meant to give. Sir. She lay down gently beside me and tucked the blanket around me. Has anyone ever told you, you're a truly good person? Xiaozi, in my era, good person isn't exactly a compliment. Sir, she smiled, a good man. A good night's sleep. Honestly, it felt great. A near-undressed beauty lying beside me, skin faintly cool, whether from the freezer's chill or some other reason, I couldn't say. I'm no novice, but tonight, I felt a long-lost touch of nervousness. Sir? Sir? When I opened my eyes again, the red sun hung high. What time is it? Xiaozi had changed into another red qipao and was laying out a table of fine dishes. 11:30, you're still in time for lunch, sir. She came to help me dress, and I felt awkward all over. A good modern shut-in. When had I ever had this master's treatment? You must let me do something for you, she said softly, so I can seem truly useful to you. Fine. I just let her be. Over the meal, I asked about today's plans. Rest, remodel, clean. She served me food. We just took this building. The upper and lower floors need sorting, supplies need allocating, and a dozen plus people need a management charter. I had no one go out today. Even Lin Yu stayed. After killing so many last night, someone nearby is surely searching for us right now. A good chance to get the home in order. Well arranged. For ease of management, she added, I've marked the 6th floor and above as a restricted zone. No non-talents may come up. That way the girls can't reach you, sir, and any residents recruited later won't see you either, maximizing your safety. She paused, then probed. Of course, sir. If you need it, I could pick a few reliable, pretty ones to bring up. Bring them up for what? I quickly waved my hand. No, I'm no lecher. We're gathered together to survive. No need to actually treat me like some feudal lord. She pressed her lips into a satisfied smile. Nothing's going on today, so let everyone rest well. I set down my bowl. Tell them not to fret too much about the future, just live steadily. However much ability I have, I'll do my best to give everyone that kind of life. But let them be clear too. I don't keep ingrates here. Recognize what kind of world this is now, and don't lose your heads. Yes, sir. I'll set the rules well and won't trouble you with it. Xiaozi, you really are something. I patted her shoulder. Keep up the good work. The boss has high hopes for you. She smiled gently. Ever since I recruited her, she was the busiest in the whole shelter. I delegated everything to her, big and small. I trusted she'd manage better than me. Once I was fully at ease about Talon's loyalty, she was now practically second only to me. And me. Life kept getting more and more comfortable. At night holding soft jade in my arms, opening my eyes to hot meals, everything attended to, only needing to give orders for anything I wanted. Clothes brought to my hands, food to my mouth, that was me. Xiaozi had spread the freezer's cool air through the whole apartment, holding the room around 28 degrees, cool enough that I oddly got the urge to sunbathe. Saying that out loud could scare people to death. Outside, people were fighting for their lives in 70 degrees, dying daily of dehydration and heat stroke, frantically puzzling over mechanics, trading their lives for a sliver of cooling resources. And here I was, this freak, in a heat apocalypse, thinking about sunbathing. In a half-dazed state, something flashed before my eyes. It was time. The new talent reward had come. Talent reward triggered. Obtained C-rank shelter room, crop farm, can be placed directly. A yellow blueprint dropped into my hands. Crop farm, C-rank occupies 2 room slots. Once placed, automatically generates a full cultivation environment, can grow 3 kinds of crops. A farming room. My heart jumped. This meant I'd never worry about food again. Before, the freezer with infinite water, now a whole farm. Why explore it all? Just stay home to the death. Place it. Placement successful. Golden light flashed through the iron door's gap. I rushed out and pushed open the door next door. Before my eyes, a stretch of farmland. The whole room had utterly transformed. No more toilet, living room, bedroom. Only a flat, level greenhouse, fitted with a full set of temperature control, ventilation, lighting, and sunlight equipment. It was just still empty. Please select crops. Below were listed 20-some kinds, all common ones. With a give-it-a-try mindset, I tapped rice, sweet potato, oranges. A flash of white light, and in a few breaths, crops filled the greenhouse. Entering cultivation phase. Can fertilize once daily. Costs 100 survival points, or ordinary fertilizer. Fertilizing doubles maturation speed. Base maturity, 3 days, each yielding 10 gened. HSSS. My eyes went wide. A treasure. Fertilizing speeds it up, and without fertilizing, it still produces a batch in 3 days. Damn, isn't this just free food? 30 gene in 3 days sounds like little. But how many mouths did my shelter have? 16 at most. One person eats just over a gene a day to be full. 16 people, 20 gene at the very most. This one greenhouse alone covered nearly half the food supply for free, and that was just base output, without a cent spent. Fertilize, and it'd be even faster. Even better, the room could be upgraded. It was level 1 now. Once the shelter hit level 2, dropping points could level it up too, doubling output again. I ran the numbers in my head and sucked in another cold breath. Huge profit. Over the long run, this thing would only produce more and more. A C-rank item was this strong? Or was it, because it was a room-type reward? I hadn't grasped the mechanics yet, but one thing I was crystal clear on: my talent was truly incredible. Today's Shoutzy sent no one out, meaning the shelter earned not a cent of extra income. And the talent turned around and tossed me a whole greenhouse. Don't want to go out? Then lie at home. Slack off. Enjoy. Why go out at all, when sleeping in the cool air is so much sweeter? This apocalypse, I'm living cushier and cushier. Mid-bliss, another line leapt up before my eyes. Fertilize with survival points. Points? Where would I get points? Linyu hadn't brought back exploration points in 2 days, and I wasn't a killing maniac. Where would I farm that many? Hold on. Didn't it say I could also use ordinary fertilizer? Ordinary fertilizer? Isn't that just human waste? My eyes lit up. In an age without chemical fertilizer, the old-timer farmers relied on human and animal manure to enrich the soil. Of course, not just pour it straight on. There was a method to it. As a kid in the countryside, I'd seen Grandpa and Grandma pile manure in one spot to steep, to ferment it, it seemed. The exact know-how I didn't have, but I wasn't worried. I had Leah, I had Shoutzy. Leah was an engineer. Even if she couldn't farm, she should understand that bit of chemical reaction. And Shoutzy was so clever, and from the Republic. Could growing crops stump her? If they really both couldn't, worst case I'd run a few trials and figure it out myself. I went out to find Shoutzy and told her about the fertilizing. What a marvelous room. She smiled, lowered her head, and thought. Sir, I've farmed before, and the manure fertilizer you mention is feasible. But mind the isolation and fermentation. It can't touch foul water. You have to pile and steep the manure together with straw and plant ash. Keep it well ventilated to speed fermentation. Only once it's naturally composted can you apply it. The words had barely landed when Leah, beside us, set down her notebook and looked up. Boss, this is basically microbial decomposition. Fermentation gets the microbes active, turning organic matter into humus, and then all the nutrients the crops need are there. But you also have to guard against pests. The odds aren't high, but you can't skip it. Give me 3 days, and I can tinker out a pesticide sample to try. Huh? You even know pesticides? I looked her up and down. Little sister, what kind of immortal are you? Knowing a bit of everything. An engineer making pesticide? Unheard of. Is it hard? She cocked her head, quite cute. The research room is fully equipped, and there are all kinds of tech books. What I don't know, I just follow the book. Besides, aren't we out searching for supplies every day? Have Linyu bring back some pesticide. I'll analyze the composition, and replicating something close isn't hard. If this works out, she spread her hands, our shelter can run a preliminary self-cycle. Food, water, waste treatment, forming an internal loop of its own. Of course, I still need raw materials. I can't conjure pesticide out of thin air. That innocent little look of hers, the more I watched, the more I liked it. I half wanted to scoop her up and plant a couple of kisses. Talents. All of them talents. I laughed heartily. Good, I'll talk to Linyu. Shoutzy, this manure fertilizer business, you can manage it, right? Of course. She nodded. We have the hands. As it happens, I'd been worrying about how everyone would relieve themselves with the city's underground pipe network down. Now, no need to worry. Done, settled. The two took their orders and went off. As Leah rose to leave, I suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Leah, I haven't assigned you new research lately. So how come you're still holed up in the research room every day? Those 2 original projects, exploration boost, waste treatment, had long been completed, yet she still stayed inside day and night. I'm idle anyway. She shrugged. I just read in there. The research room has lots of good things. Learn a bit more, and maybe I can help the boss more. Oh, not bad. I grinned ear to ear. Self-motivated, driven. Good, go study. Off I go, boss. She bounced out the door. Look at that. What a fine girl. No one assigned her work, yet she knew to recharge herself, building a foundation for the next round of research. That kind of initiative is hard to find with a lantern. With the two women gone, I was idle again. Honestly, the thrill of that greenhouse reward just now had, in a blink, become a small interlude in the long stretch of boredom. So what if there were more supplies? So what if the talents were stronger? I was still doing nothing. I sprawled back into the lounge chair, eyes half closed, humming a tuneless little ditty. Bliss. If wasting time counts as a sin, then I'm probably steeped in guilt. Humming away, I drifted off again. When I opened my eyes, the sky had gone dark. Female voices chattered downstairs, laughter mixed in. I went down for a glance. Shoutsy had led the girls through the first round of cleaning the whole building, and they were resting together. She'd assigned lodging by original resident, broken the remodeling and cleaning into small groups, and arranged night shifts, at least 3 on rotation each night, guarding the front door and watching all around from the top floor, reporting any movement to Lin Yu. As long as Lin Yu could detect intruders first, no major trouble would arise. The whole building, she'd already gotten into perfect order. I didn't disturb them, went back upstairs, took out the Chinese chess set Xiaozi had prepared for me, and played against myself. The comics were worn thin, no power, none of the usual entertainment worked. Staying shut in like this really did get a bit boring. I need to save more points, push Leah to get the power system done fast. Then a fully loaded computer, stock up a few hundred single-player games, play all night. Tired of playing, hold Xiaozi and sleep. Wake to eat and play again. TSK, this life, I wouldn't trade it for an immortal's. I had no great ambition, no awareness of saving all humanity. I just wanted to live well, build the shelter up so that even if the sky fell outside, I'd be safe and sound. Mid-bliss, that mysterious voice that hadn't sounded in ages suddenly exploded in my ears. Warning. Attention all Apocalypse game players. An important rule will be announced shortly. I jolted and sat up straight. This voice had come on the first day of the apocalypse, then gone silent a full week. For it to speak again, something big was probably about to happen. In the same instant, in every corner of the world, everyone stopped what they were doing and waited, breath held. Global notice. The Apocalypse game is about to reach 1 week. Now opening the War Apocalypse module, Trial of the People. At the apocalypse's start, all military personnel and political groups worldwide were frozen and stored away, no longer present on Earth. The War Instance world is now built, and military personnel from each nation will soon be deployed into it. A war instance? No wonder there hadn't been a trace of army, police, or officials all week. They'd all been taken away. Now, it was their turn to take the stage, but they still couldn't return to Earth. Huaxiao region notice. In 1 hour, the nationwide apocalypse vote opens. Vote content. Decide the war difficulty your nation's soldiers face. The higher the difficulty, the richer the voters' rewards upon victory. The moment voting ends, random survival supplies are issued immediately by difficulty. Only 1 apocalypse war is ongoing per month. If your nation's war is lost, 1/10 of the national population is randomly erased, and you gain a huge buff for the next war. If you waive the erasure after defeat, you gain a huge debuff for the next. Before the war, soldiers in the instance world may send 1 guiding message to their nation, no more than 10 characters. Notes. First, you have only 1 life. Choose difficulty carefully. Second, if the war turns unfavorable, your nation's Earth region will trigger a derived disaster. Third, the 2 worlds aren't connected. If the soldiers in the instance are wiped out, they only lose the next round's eligibility without dragging down Earth survivors, and vice versa. Fourth, during the war, survivors may watch the battle. Fifth, instance soldiers can also see their nation's survival status on Earth, and for each small-scale battle won, they may choose one of 2. Take. Forcibly take supplies and items from your nation's survivors. Give. Forcibly give supplies and items to your nation's survivors. 1 hour buffer. Both sides please prepare. Whether to let yourselves live or let them live, I look forward to your choice. The voice vanished. I sat frozen in place, unable to speak for a long while. I understood. This apocalypse game, from start to finish, was a toying with humanity. People who'd held out till now might still think the heat apocalypse was nothing much. You don't die if you can cool down, and those with good talents even live comfortably. But tonight's announcement flipped over its cruelest card. All soldiers thrown into another world to fight. Ordinary people enduring round after round of disaster on Earth. Death on either side was real death. But the most vicious part wasn't this. It was that the two sides, though separated by worlds, were bound tight together, affecting each other. Earth's side wants to live comfortably? Then vote the highest difficulty. Force your soldiers to fight the most brutal battles, in exchange for immediate supplies. The instant side wants to win, wants to live? Then reach out and grab your own people's belongings to grow stronger. Of course, you could also each force nothing on the other, as long as you could bear the ever heavier life and death. This was the truth. No one could grip their own life, and no one should be smug just for having a good talent, because we were all tied to one another. It wasn't only using the environment to test humanity, it was interrogating every person's conscience. Only at this moment did I see it clearly. This week had been just a gentle prologue. Heat, chaos, thugs, food shortages, all appetizers. The real apocalypse was only now striking the gong. Betrayal or sacrifice for humanity to choose itself. I was silent a long time. The apocalypse was only now truly beginning. No one was exempt. No one could grip their own life. This was man-made calamity, harsher than any natural disaster. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do, at least for now. All I can do is wait. I opened the city channel I hadn't touched in a while. It had blown up. Damn. No wonder the soldiers vanished. They were all grabbed up by that dog thing. I toughed it out a week, drank piss, gnawed moldy rice, kept waiting for the country to save us. And now you tell me the country can't, that they've got to go fight some apocalypse war? I stockpiled a pile of gold bars and cash, just waiting to scoop up bargains after the apocalypse passed. And now you pull this on me? The first to break were those certain the apocalypse would soon be sorted out. No wonder they were naive. In normal times, what apocalypse could trouble this land? The army rolls into the city, a matter of minutes. But now it was different. That mysterious presence seemed able to read minds, saw through our hardest trump card at a glance, and turned around and pulled it away. Spirited off the heroes, left a ground full of ordinary mortals, then tossed out a two worlds sharing the apocalypse mechanic. This move's too dirty, sapping the cauldron from beneath, someone cursed in the channel. If they have to fight, let them fight. Why drag us in two? This whole setup looks complicated, but boiled down it's two words: infighting. Force us to vote the highest difficulty for the soldiers, then force the soldiers to turn around and grab our supplies. As long as one side doesn't trust the other, then it's soldiers fighting the hardest battles every day, and our side waiting to die with no food or water. Quite a few only then caught on. This wasn't sowing discord between one or two people. It was splitting all humanity in two to send each other to hell with their own hands. So how do we vote? Vote lowest. Don't forget the erasure. If we lose, anyone could die. Highest difficulty. I trust our soldiers. I'm dying of thirst. Give us supplies now, or I won't make it to the erasure day. Even our leaders got spirited away. So who do we listen to? The channel was a boiling pot of chaos. Some tried to shout order into it. Useless. At times like this, only identities like soldiers and officials could hold the room, but they were precisely all gone. I said nothing, just watched the chaos spread wider. This was probably what it wanted to see too. A few words, and it threw the survivors into panic, more despairing of tomorrow. It just wanted to toy with us. People like me, silently watching, were probably many. No one knew what others were calculating. No one even dared to guarantee whether those spirited away soldiers still held to their old principles. After all, this was the apocalypse. A cruel game, utterly controlled by someone. Voting phase begins. Before the vote, the guiding message sent from your nation's war instance is announced. A red dialog box slowly surfaced its final line. Just 10 characters. Pick the highest difficulty. Trust the PLA. In an instant, the whole city went silent. No one clamored anymore. No one complained. Everyone stared blankly at that line. Just 10 characters, yet they burned hot enough to sting the nose. No concealment, no timidity. Not a word calculating the odds. Only one resolute line. Trust us. I stared at those 10 characters and suddenly understood. The higher the difficulty, the more supplies Earth's side received. What they wanted, from the start, was never their own odds. It was to leave as much of a path to survival as possible to the people behind them. Even though they were no longer on Earth, they'd do everything in their power to save their own people. Because the two words, for the people, were a base color that couldn't be erased from their bones. You all are just too blunt about it. I raised a hand and wiped. My cheeks were wet. But it's true, you struck right home. I took a deep breath and pushed down the surging emotion because a new prompt had leapt out. First round word difficulty, single choice F, E, D, C, B, A, S, increasing in order. From D rank up, survivors receive base supplies, doubling each ranked. Theme, bloodbath scene, random city map duration, 21 days victory, annihilate the enemy defeat. Our side wiped out or time exceeded. 10,000 soldiers participate, carrying no war equipment. Must annihilate 10,000 frenzy demons. Frenzy demon, humanoid monster, 3 meters tall, twice human speed and strength, with rapid healing, disease infection, low altitude flight, advanced intelligence. From D rank up, each rank doubles the frenzy demon count, reaching 160,000 at S rank. Voting lasts 1 hour. If exceeded, counted as D-ranked. At the end was an image of a frenzy demon, a crimson-skinned humanoid giant, muscles knotted, clad in thick armor, gripping a sharp blade. I stared at that image and grasped several points at a glance. 1. It wore armor and wielded a blade, could make and use tools, its intelligence likely no less than a human's. 2. 3 meters tall, about 1 story, its strength and speed crushing against a human's. 3. Soldiers entered barehanded, no equipment. 10 of them would struggle to take one. Let alone, this thing could fly. Even I can see how vicious it is. They, inside the instance, will only see it more clearly than me. Forget 160,000. Even 1,000 of them was a near certain death. I silently cast my vote. F rank. The lowest. It's not that I don't trust you. It's that I don't want to watch you grind your lives down so bitterly. F rank. Enemy count reduced to 50%. Soldiers permitted to carry weapons and equipment up to their combat loadout. But upon victory, your nation's survivors' supplies are reduced to 20% of base. This was exactly my reason for picking F. From this information you could tell, Earth's tanks, planes, and such military equipment had probably been spirited away along with the soldiers. No wonder only pistols sold on the market all week, with rifles and submachine guns rare, and barely any grenades. Bring those heavy weapons into the instance, and their odds of surviving would always be a bit better. But I also knew my vote was most likely wasted. F rank had no appeal, no supplies, and meager benefit even if they won. Right now, across the country, few could be as worry-free about food and water as me. Most people were still stuck at the deadliest hurdle. No food, no water, can't bear the heat. Who, at the brink of life and death, would give up life-saving supplies to soldiers far off in another world who might not even return? At least I'm true to my own conscience. I closed the vote and sat in the dark, waiting for the result. In that wait, I thought of much. The only help I could give them was that meager bit of voting effort. But whether they won or not, I had to secure myself first. The apocalypse was still rotating, and now a war mechanic was added on top. I had to survive the rounds of disaster and be lucky enough not to land in that randomly erased 1/10. The pressure was suffocating. It's really hard. I need a plan to put myself in an absolutely safe position first. Mid-calculation, the result popped up. Should be D rank, right? B rank's possible too. It wouldn't really come out S, would it? I looked up and froze. Round 1 National Apocalypse War Difficulty, F rank. Damn, I sprang up from the chair. It really is F rank. Are the hearts of the Huaxiao people this pure? That's not right. The streets were full of marauding thugs, yet the national vote came out lowest difficulty? Where were the thugs? Don't you all want supplies anymore? So they do evil left and right in daily life. But the moment it's the life and death of nation and home, every one of them turns honorable? I was a little stunned. This reality was surreal. Or maybe I'd seen my own compatriots too shallowly. I wasn't the only one stunned. The city channel had blown up too. F rank. Didn't you all just say you'd vote C to scoop up some supplies? Got played. So I'm the only one who voted S, the only obedient one. You all want to rebel? Dying of laughter. You don't trust the PLA at all? Turn around and slap down an F rank. Even the soldier bros would be dumbfounded. Soldier bros' inner voice. I'm the strongest on the planet, and my own folks have me play beginner difficulty? Every one of you was just wailing about dying of thirst, and you'd rather die of thirst than not vote F? I voted F, thanks. My life probably won't hold out long anyway. Let the soldier bros live a few more days. Bro, drop your location, I'll send you some supplies. The whole screen was disbelieving exclamations, and the apocalypse's gloom was actually thinned a bit. People across the country were watching the vote data. The clear leaders were just 4. F, B, D, S. B and D were easy to understand. Hard take for the soldiers. But you've got to mind your own urgent needs too. S was easy too. The country let you choose, so just blindly trust. Only F rank topping it. No one in the nation expected. Probably a lot of people thought the same as me. I smiled. I'd only meant to try, to be true to my conscience. And damn, turns out everyone wanted to be true to their conscience. I had to admit, myself included, many people hadn't truly understood their own nation. That's why, in reality, they pulled off a miracle even their own kind didn't dare to trust. I couldn't hold it in and went to find Xiaozi, telling her the whole thing in detail. She analyzed the logic the moment she heard it. You needn't be surprised, sir. Treating soldiers well is treating yourself well. Let the soldiers win at minimal cost, and a win lets them use give to issue supplies to the people. To avoid angering the people and to preserve the next round's high difficulty, the soldiers naturally won't take. With this bit of mutual trust between army and people, they can support each other. Though worlds apart, they can still look toward each other from afar. The analysis was sound, but I felt ordinary folks didn't necessarily think that deeply. Xiaozi, do you know the PLA's guiding principle? I came not long ago, I'm not clear on it. She was modest. Did I analyze something wrong? It's right enough, just that people didn't think in such roundabout terms. I rubbed my chin and smiled. Before Liberation Army come the 2 words, the people. This is the people's army. Guarding the people is its faith. So tell me, a force like that, would the people be willing to send them to fight the most brutal battle? I see. She smiled softly. Then they're probably all soldiers like Lin Yu. No, I said. Lin Yu is a soldier like them. The words had barely landed when a new prompt leapt up. Your nation's army has activated extra pre-war authority and triggered give. All survivors receive a random gift. You obtained D-rank water purifier. Can purify undrinkable water into drinkable water, up to 200 liters per day. A flash of golden light and a water purification device over a meter tall dropped before me. This was absolutely not Earth's tech. It could purify even undrinkable water, with no range limit. Possibly, if it's water, it can purify it. What stunned me wasn't the thing appearing out of thin air. It was how fast the country issued the reward. The vote result had just come out, and the army almost immediately gave, as if afraid that a moment's delay would let some of the people die in the disaster. Lucky. I stroked the purifier, my heart blooming with joy. Greenhouse, check. Purifier, check. Freezer is AC and ice water source. The shelter's armament wasn't weak either, plus that research maniacally of fortifying day and night. I could stay shut in until the end of time. What's missing now? Probably just some entertainment. I opened the city channel. No one was mourning today. Everyone was excitedly showing off the country's gifts. Miracle Bread Tree steadily produces 6 loaves a day. Eat 3 and that's a day's nutrition and water. I'm so thrilled I want to take off on the spot. Praise the PLA. Better than mine. A power-free AC. No plug, heating or cooling on demand, and a hibernation mode to save energy. Am I the unluckiest? I drew a laser dagger that needs no charging. What do I want that for? Give me more food. I looked around. Seems everyone got the thing they lacked most. This mechanic's quite considerate. Every one of you is as thrilled as a country bumpkin. Isn't this to be expected? They're the people's own soldiers. They'll definitely blindly choose give. And it'll be the same from now on. Huh, there's more later? It's the apocalypse, and I can still be protected by the PLA every day? I feel like a happy little good-for-nothing. Like opening gacha boxes, comparing whose luck was best. But everyone knew in their hearts who gave them the backing for this joy. After this wave, the national death toll tomorrow will drop sharply, I murmured. Give really works, directly filling the one thing everyone lacked most. This reward's a bit like my talent, except I can collect daily, while others can only wait for the soldier bros to win battles. Operation concluded, the apocalypse war has begun. Survivors may check their nation's war's rough trajectory at any time, or additionally spend survival points to learn the more detailed battle situation. The war had started. Whether the soldier bros had a chance against those frenzy demons that looked monstrous, who knew? I trusted the people's soldiers, but humanity had never seen frenzy demons. In the first battle, anything could happen. But more than win or loss, I cared about these two lines. You can see the rough trajectory without spending points. So why specifically stress that you can spend points to see the more detailed battle? Seeing it in more detail, when it doesn't affect the war's trajectory, what's the use? My heart suddenly jumped. So far, the prompts that mysterious presence has given have basically had no idle words. It wouldn't stuff in a useless mechanic out of nowhere. Is this information really that simple? Could it be foreshadowing that Earth's survivors can actually spend points to influence that apocalypse war situation? What are you thinking, sir? Xiaozi looked up. Is something off with this machine? I'm thinking about something that hasn't happened yet. I told her those two lines of prompt and my conjecture. Do you think it's possible? You've guessed exactly right, sir. It's inevitable. She barely thought about it. That mysterious presence has never had an idle word or a superfluous move. If it set up a seemingly useless mechanic, then this uselessness must have a reason. I'd long been thinking, if it really meant to test humanity, it shouldn't give only the cruel side. Mere provocation and exploitation don't count as a test. Giving a dead end and a way out both fits the mindset of one looking down from on high, and better shows its control. She paused, then said lightly, I don't know what level it is, what kind of power. I only know, if I faced a nest of ants and wanted to test them, I'd surely leave a path of life. If I only wanted to kill them, a pot of boiling water would do. Why go to all this trouble? So you've guessed right, sir. Though we don't know when this mechanic opens, we can be all but certain we can definitely influence that war. Of course, this influence can both help the army and harm the army. She smiled. That's the deeper fairness, under more choices, the true contest between good and evil in human hearts. With her agreement, I felt relieved. Seems I wasn't overthinking it. Smart people can all think of this layer, I murmured. As more and more come to know, survival points will get even more precious. Whether they want to help the soldiers or harm them, everyone will scramble to save points. Xiaozi, we have to move fast and rack up more points. More points could not only improve the shelter, but also influence the battlefield. The latter, I valued more. Right now, I had no real survival pressure. The only thing that could directly kill me was that random erasure after a war loss. The soldier bros, of course, wouldn't choose it. But with the punishment mechanic sitting right there, who could guarantee it wouldn't one day become forced erasure? Just in case. If the army lost several in a row, if forced erasure really triggered, if I unluckily got drawn, then I'd be done right where I stood. Shall I have Lin Yu keep exploring? Xiaozi asked. The exploration supplies were secondary. The points after the mission were the key. No, wait a bit more. That 10 or 20 points won't make a difference. I waved a hand. Whether for the shelter or to support the war, the points needed are surely not low. Ordinary methods won't save enough. We need extraordinary means. There was probably something burning in my eyes. Xiaozi, ever the perceptive one, sensed that subtle shift in my heart, lowered her head, and uttered 5 words. Little white bear shelter. I was silent. After a while, I raised an eyebrow. You want me to learn from Little White Bear? No. She shook her head with a smile. You said, sir, that Little White Bear holds the most points in the city, and destroying a shelter directly inherits its unspent points. So why not, sir, rid the people of a scourge? Deep night. I lay in bed, eyes open, gazing out the window. Beside me was the long-asleep Xiaozi. Ever since the purifier was settled and the night shifts arranged, she'd naturally come to sleep at my side, under the same blanket. Neither of us pushed the other away, as if it were a tacitly agreed-upon night. I could feel her warm body, almost bare, But my heart was clean. I just couldn't sleep. I was thinking about that line of hers. Striking first, punishing the wicked. I had no aversion to it. Only, in my hands, I had just one Linyu. That was the top of the board boss. His talent was surely no slouch, and I even suspected it was stronger than mine. Otherwise, how could he have destroyed so many shelters in just a few days? On Linyu alone, I couldn't win. But I couldn't pretend I hadn't heard Xiaozi's words either. The grudge was already formed. Just because he couldn't find me now didn't mean he never would. While I was still hidden in the shadows, settling him early was the wise move. Waiting for him to come to my door for revenge, that would be the stupid play. To raise combat power fast, it'd be best to borrow my talent. But how do I use it to make the reward come out the type I want each time? I turned it over and over. The talent issued what was most urgently needed, but the shelter's bit of combat power wasn't bad for a level 1 shelter, no longer counting as urgently needed. But could I tune it the other way around? If combat power wasn't urgent, then if I stockpiled food and water more and more, far beyond combat power, wouldn't combat power look like the short plank? What the talent recognizes as most urgently needed, did it follow the barrel theory, patching the shortest stave? Before I knew it, I'd thought a whole night. When I came to, the sky was already faintly bright, and only then did sleepiness surge up. Sleep a bit. The talent's secrets aren't something you grasp in a day or two. I felt I just closed my eyes when I heard Xiaozi calling softly in my ear. Sir, time to get up, it's already past 11 noon. I rubbed my swollen head and opened my eyes. Didn't sleep well last night? She asked gently. Thought about things all night. I sighed. Xiaozi, tell me, how do we raise the shelter's combat power? Build up a self-cycling supply of resources, support more people, train soldiers from among them, then research weapons. She said it almost without thinking. Train an army loyal only to you, sir, and you'll fear no threat. Train soldiers. I paused, staring at her. Have you been planning this all along? Even persuading me to take in those women was for this. She didn't deny it, only lowered her head and said softly, compared to men, I understand women better, and I'm more confident I can train them. I'm getting more and more curious about what you used to do. You can even train female soldiers? I sized her up. Care to talk about it? If it's not too intrusive. Director of a Special Forces training garrison. She didn't hide it and explained in detail. In that world, roughly during the War of Resistance, I was someone who specially trained special soldiers and managed their secret missions. I was their superior. Secret missions? My eyes went wide. Underground organizations, infiltration, espionage. You can train spies? Something like that. She nodded with a smile. No wonder she was an A-rank talent. No wonder she'd urged me so hard to take in those women. She'd been hiding this trick too. Skilled at management, full of clever schemes, able to train spies. This woman was practically all around. I was both surprised and delighted, but quickly caught on. This didn't quench my immediate thirst. Xiaozi, you really are formidable. But what I need is to raise combat power fast. Your approach is long-term development. If real danger hits short-term, I still have to rely on Linyu. She understood too. However formidable, she couldn't turn a group of women into soldiers overnight. It needed a process. Sir, before that, I'll do my utmost to hold the shelter and keep us from being driven to a dead end, she said softly. The world's unpredictable. Let's eat first. I sat down at the table, just about to pick up my chopsticks, when I suddenly remembered that war. A night's gone by. How did the soldier bro's first battle go? I found the war status in the panel and opened it. Midnight. First battle begins. Our nation's army enters. A 030 mapped the battlefield city's terrain, dispatched recon units. 1:30 First large-scale skirmish. At the cost of losing 569 drones, completed deployment, luring the enemy into the ambush ring. 1:40 First round of bombing. Bomber formation overhead, collapsed the city's building clusters, buried 525 frenzy demons alive. 2:10 Fighter formation took to the air, suppressing the frenzy demons' low-altitude flight, sealing off their breakout intent. 2:30 Ballistic missile cluster saturation, bombing sustained for 2 hours. 4:30 Drones entered the ruins, confirmed 506 killed. Some remnant enemies suspected escaped. 526. Another heavy unit pinned down 200 some frenzy demons, suspected scouts. Simultaneously detected large-scale frenzy demon activity. Suspected ambush outside the city. 540. Long-range rocket artillery activated. Saturation strike on the frenzy demon gathering area. 620. Artillery ceased. Results pending confirmation. Second round of drone bait. Failed. 750. Battlefield entered silenced. I read it line by line, my mouth opening wider and wider. You all shelled them all night long. I was truly in awe. Where was our fine tradition? What happened to peerless light infantry? How did it turn, right off the bat, into a great firepower doctrine? Just entered the field, bombed for half the night. Air Force and infantry firing together. Even recon done with drones. Not a single living soul sent. Letting the frenzy demons play games with the shells? The battle report was brief, but what Huaxiao person lacks a war sense? One look, and I got it. Command had no intention of brawling with the frenzy demons at all, just long-range bombing, round after round, then sending drones to take a peek. Can't confirm results? Then don't confirm. Spot an enemy, just one word, bomb. As for people? No chance. Frenzy demons, don't even think about seeing a living soul. Yesterday, I was even complaining the frenzy demons were hard to deal with, self-healing, disease spreading, flying. Looking at it now, seems not so hard to fight after all. I scratched my head and suddenly grasped what that F-rank line, permitted to use weapons and equipment up to the participant counts loadout, meant. 100,000 soldiers, in our system, was roughly a whole group army establishment. Under that establishment, what weapon in the country couldn't be brought in? Since the rules allowed it. In theory, even nukes could be hauled in. No, I now strongly suspected, going by the soldier bros shelling frequency, nukes had probably long since been brought in, just not yet used out of reluctance. Reading on, no updates. It's nearly noon. The silence period's this long? I muttered. Could it be they want to save up something big? Hey, this was a full 21-day war. Time was plenty. No need to wrap it up so fast. F-rank enemies, 5,000. But just those few rounds of bombing before dawn, the frenzy demons must have lost over 1,000 conservatively? At this rate, they'll clear them in a few days. If they finish early, would there be extra rewards? The remaining days, would they arrange for the soldier bros to come home for a visit? Honestly, Earth badly needed them. At least this area, with no one in charge, was an unspeakable chaos. I scrolled the city channel while eating. No one was mourning today. Everyone was excitedly discussing the battle report. Most likely last night's wave of national support had relieved everyone's urgent needs, so today they were all lively. No wonder I found several police trading contacts and never saw any big weapons. Turns out they're all in the soldier bros' hands. Cops probably went into the instance too. Otherwise, how would some second-rate goods get to hog the police station? Who are you calling second-rate? Dare to drop your location? This battle report is so satisfying to read. I worried all last night. Thought it'd be a brutal fight, and that's it? I've got no heart to look for food. Just scrolling the report. This morning's silence has me a bit anxious. You're not anxious for the soldier bros. You're anxious for the country to win fast so it can hand out rewards to everyone, right? Everyone's question was mine too. Deep down, we all had a hunch. Going by officialdom's temper, either they hold it in dead silent, or when they do speak, it's bound to be something super big. Mid-thought, a flash before my eyes. Today's talent reward had arrived. Talent reward triggered. Obtained combat talent draw ticket, up to 10. Combat talent draw ticket, D rank, consumable upon use. Randomly obtain 1 to 10 D rank combat talents. Holy crap. My eyes went round. It really was whatever I wished for. Yesterday, I'd been fretting over combat power. Today, it tossed me a combat talent ticket. After the upgrade, the talent guaranteed C rank, and this D rank was a tier lower, but it was a special reward. Get lucky and draw more than one, and that's a pure win. A purple ticket dropped into my hand. Just as I was about to use it, something flashed in my head. Wait, the apocalypse game. There's no rules saying talents can't use shelter items, right? This ticket is itself a thing within the mechanics. If a talent could use it, then why not let Linyu use it? I flipped through the information over and over. No note prohibiting talent use. Worth a try, and if it works, then I get to use Lin Yu's good luck. I sprang up, went out, and called Lin Yu in. "Commander." She came rushing up. "I was training that group of girls. You called for me? Already training them this fast?" Xiaozi's efficiency was no joke. "There's an important matter." I handed her the ticket. "Take a look. Can you use this?" She turned it over and over, face blank. "Commander, how do I use it? What do I do? Damn. Talents can't see item data, nor that use button. Well, looks like I can't tap into her luck." I sighed and was about to take the ticket back. But Lin Yu mulled it over on her own, tentatively raising the ticket in her hand. "Use." Boom. The ticket burst into golden light, startling her. She immediately shielded me with her gun, and I stared wide-eyed as that golden light rapidly condensed around me into 10 golden human shapes. It worked. It really works. I was overjoyed. This thing's even voice-activated. Lin Yu's luck really took effect. 10 balls of golden light dispersed in a blink, revealing 10 tall, robust men, all in modern military uniforms, camo on their bodies, fitted with basic firearms and combat gear. "Comrades." Lin Yu frowned. She could tell these people, like her, were all Huaxia soldiers, but she didn't recognize a single one. The golden light gone, the 10 men packed the not large room full. As if they'd anticipated it, they all looked toward me in unison and snapped to attention. "Greetings, Commander." 10 roars boomed out at once, astonishing in presence. Every one of them radiated a piercing, killing intent and an iron will to fight. Good, good, hello to you all." I grinned so wide my mouth nearly wouldn't close. 10 D-rank soldiers. A pure win. Back when Lin Yu was still D-rank, her skills were like a little superhumans, flawless in every way. These 10 before me wouldn't be any worse than she'd been then. Used well, they plus Lin Yu could practically crush most of the current thug gangs into a one-sided rout. Unless the other side had some freakish talent. Otherwise, I couldn't imagine what ordinary person could withstand this many Huaxia soldiers. "Lin Yu, well done." I patted her shoulder. "Serving the commander is what I'm meant to do." She answered respectfully, eyeing this group of male soldiers with curiosity. And those 10, eyes only on me, like 10 statues, waited motionless for orders. I opened the panel and scanned their data. Lu Rue, 25 soldier, sniper D-rank, strength 105, reaction 110, stamina 108, willpower 112, self-healing 107. Trait covert action, skilled at lying in wait in complex terrain, long-range precision kills. Talent precision shooting, nearly never misses. Zhang E, 24 soldier, scout D-rank, reaction 115, the highest. Trait high-speed endurance. Ample stamina, traverses all terrain. Talent enemy detection, extremely keen sense for hostility, can see through most disguise and ambush. Liang, 25 soldier, comms D-rank, trait technical support. Master of military comms, can set up and maintain even in harsh conditions. Talent rapid coding, skilled at encryption, decryption, and code breaking. The more I looked, the more amazed I got. They actually each had a specialty. Back when I recruited Lin Yu, she was just a general soldier, no specialty. These 10 were different. Sniper, scout, comms, assault, armor, aviation, anti-air. Nearly all the common specialties assembled. This wasn't 10 soldiers. This was a fully functional combat squad, built for mutual coordination. I sucked in a cold breath. This luck was so exaggerated I had a creeping feeling I'd shaved some years off my life. Of course, there was a flaw too. Their equipment was awfully shabby. Guns were just assorted pistols, plus each specialty's basic kit. The sniper had camo paint, the scout binoculars, the comms guy a walkie-talkie. None of their core gear. The sniper didn't even have a sniper rifle, just a little pistol. The comms soldier had no radio set, the scout no drone. All stripped-down versions. It's fine, having the people is what matters. Equipment I can stockpile slowly later. I consoled myself. They were already D-rank, what more could I ask? If they'd come fully armed, the rating wouldn't have stopped at D. Equipment factors into combat power. You just arrived, you're not familiar with the situation. I looked at them, then pointed to Lin Yu at my side. Her name's Lin Yu, the shelter's first soldier. From now on, she's your squad leader. Commander. Lin Yu startled, and I pressed her down with a raised hand. Your specialties are complete, perfect for forming a combat squad. Lin Yu leads, first to guard the home, second to lead you in getting familiar with this place fast. Any objections? Sir. No objections, Commander. 10 roars boomed in unison. Absolute obedience. Good, that's a soldier. Lin Yu, take them down to find Xiaozi. There's still time today. She should assign you missions. Going by Xiaozi's temper, she'd never let this many soldiers idle at home. And going by her brains, she'd surely arrange missions more aptly. This woman used to assign work to secret agents. Yes, Commander. Lin Yu saluted and beckoned everyone downstairs. Today gave me 10 combat talents, but short on equipment. So tomorrow, shouldn't it be equipment's turn? I happily strolled to the window and looked down. Soon, Xiaozi led Lin Yu and 9 soldiers out of the building, gave a few instructions at the door, and watched them leave. Left 1 soldier to guard the home. Xiaozi's cautious as ever. I nodded. The one left seemed to be the calm's soldier Liang. Reasonable. With just a walkie-talkie, he couldn't leverage his specialty, so for now he could only serve as an ordinary soldier. Lin Yu took 9 people out, plus exploration. Wait, that's not right. I suddenly came to. Dispatch missions were only 3 a day, 3 people at most. More was useless. Why did Xiaozi send out 9 at once? I hurriedly opened the panel. Today's 3 dispatch missions were still listed as standby. She hadn't sent anyone to explore at all. 9 soldiers who could coordinate tightly. All out yet not for searching supplies. That was 4. HSSS. My pupils contracted, an alarming thought leaping into my mind. To kill people. Destroying shelters earned points. Xiaozi scorned the paltry pickings of dispatch missions. She meant to grab more points for me. Damn. This woman truly lives up to being a spy master. Just got a grip on military power and turned right around to send troops out to kill. I was only guessing, not yet certain. Just as I was about to call Xiaozi to ask, I heard her footsteps coming up. Sir. She pushed open the door. I said nothing, only raised a hand and pointed out the window. She got it instantly and spoke up first. I assigned the new soldiers a mission. When Lin Yu came to find me, I'd meant to arrange for them to search supplies. But thinking of your concerns, sir, and the shelter's shortage of points, she lowered her eyes. I gave them a new combat mission instead to gather more points. She put it euphemistically, not laying killing and destroying shelters out on the table. She knew I was, after all, a person who still held goodness in his heart. They shouldn't kill the innocent indiscriminately, right? I wouldn't give such an order. She shook her head. I have to mind the soldiers' feelings and faith too. I had them seek out troublemakers, while paying special attention to news of Little White Bear. If they meet thugs, they may pursue at their discretion, kill or not, destroy or not, they decide themselves. But the main goal, always, is to save up points for you, sir, as much as possible. She'd given the soldiers considerable autonomy. I was satisfied. Actually, even if you really meant to slaughter the innocent, I could understand. I gazed out the window and suddenly said, I really am too short on points right now. I won't blame you. You're my person. What you do, I bear. Sir. She looked up, a little surprised, and knit her brows. I know you're not that kind of person. So, I'm trying to change. I turned around, and seeing her furrowed brow, smiled. Leah told me, in a world this cruel, a leader has to learn to adapt, even to give an order that violates his own principles. I think she's right. I meant it. I had a kind heart, but I couldn't do good for no reason. I had to secure myself first, secure this home. If kindness and safety collided, I'd choose safety without hesitation. All right, sir. She was silent a moment, then said softly, Actually, you can trust me. Trust you with what? My back was to her. Trust me, not to let those cruel choices be placed before you. Her eyes lowered demurely, but her tone was firm. They'll never appear on your desk, never come to trouble you. The air went still for an instant. I broke the silence with a smile. That's good. Go on, get to work. Yes, sir. She bowed and turned, then paused at the door, looking back at me. Sir, I mean it. I'll protect you, and not just this one life. Is that so? I was about to reply, and when I turned around, she'd already gone downstairs. I rubbed my chin and suddenly laughed out loud. To have a woman so solemnly vow to protect me, did this count as having someone watching my back? But I'll tell you, the feeling was rather nice. The 10 soldiers were out, but I had no means of long-range comms, no idea how they were doing, only to wait. Bored out of my mind, I started thinking about doing some exercise in the room. At the same time, I secretly swore for the 100th time. Once I saved enough points, the first thing would be to light up the power system tech, and then I absolutely, ferociously pull an all-nighter on computer games for days. No one could stop me. Facts prove that being a good leader isn't easy. At least you have to endure loneliness, keeping a cool head even through the dullest days. And my way of keeping cool was simple. Sleep. After the apocalypse began, my sleeping hours shot straight up, strangely. Not sick, not injured, not even tired, just suddenly extremely able to sleep. If my physique hadn't shown no gains, I'd have suspected I'd awakened another new talent. When I opened my eyes again, it was pitch dark outside. Slept till nightfall again. Xiaozi wasn't beside me. Seemed it was just after dark. I lazily crawled up, and just as I was about to check the wall clock, a string of prompts leapt up before my eyes. Your nation's first war is over. Status, a sweeping victory. Evaluation, flawless total annihilation, perfect. Now issuing survivor victory rewards by difficulty. Obtained F-rank consumable little yellow fruit. Eat to satisfy a day's food and watered. Your nation's army has won 3 battles cumulatively, activating the victory privilege for 3 national gives. Obtained F-rank consumable little yellow fruit. F-rank weapon beauty blade. F-rank item 10 survival points. Few finished in a single day. I came fully awake and looked closely. One we did, but the rewards were awfully shabby. Final reward plus battle rewards, for in all, together worth less than my 10 daily bottles of ice water. TSK, at least we won, and no one died. I wasn't disappointed, since it was all free anyway. They were out there risking their lives. We shouldn't complain the rewards were too thin. A win was enough. Even with 0 reward, the country's army had to win. The cost of losing, no survivor in the nation could bear. I opened the battle report and skimmed it. In the morning, the army mapped the remaining frenzy demons' distribution, and at dusk sent human soldiers to act as bait personally under drone cover, luring them into a tank group encirclement. And then, there was no and then. However twice as strong as a human the frenzy demons were, against a steel torrent of land and air, they were no match all the same. 100,000 fully armed soldier bros, bringing along just some gear, could easily roll right over them, not even needing any fancy tactics, one without suspense. Probably because the win was too easy, after scrolling the report the survivors blew up the channel, unanimously demanding to raise the stakes for the soldier bros. This isn't even up to the intensity of a normal drill. Red versus blue exercises are fiercer than this. F-rank's too boring. Vote higher next time. Let the soldier bros taste the apocalypse war's bite too. Support. I'm anxious for more supplies too. This little F-rank reward is like throwing scraps to a beggar. Everyone was shouting fiercely in the channel. After a heated discussion, the crowd aggressively made the call. Bumped the next round's difficulty up by 1 rank. From F to E. Teach the soldier bros a real lesson. I watched dumbfounded. This counts as raising the stakes. Shouting up a storm, but inching it up 1 rank at a time? Not even daring to let them tackle a tier jump. Really playing it safe and steady. I had to laugh. Seems everyone wasn't just hearts aching for the soldier bros, but more afraid of that random erasure punishment from a defeat. Then again, the first round gave 21 days, and we finished in 1. So how do the remaining days count? Will they send the soldiers home? Probably dicey. These 20 days, where will they stay? What will they do? That question didn't simmer long before a new prompt came. Global notice. A nation has completed the first round of the Apocalypse War. The Apocalypse War leaderboard is now open. Congratulations to your nation. Your army is the world's first to complete an Apocalypse War, gaining the achievement reward replication of a designated type, national military-industrial system. Participants who've ended the current war cannot return to Earth for now. They will stay in a replica world resembling Earth. No usable tech, only basic city templates, awaiting the next round. Well, they really can't come back. I sighed. At least the soldiers had 20 days to rest, and that place was much like Earth. Aside from the same lack of tech, conditions were even a bit better, at least no deadly heat. 20 days rest is good too, just the chance to mull over how to fight the next battle. I idly opened the war leaderboard. The victory board and completion time board. Huaxia topped both. Put plainly, on these two boards right now, Huaxia was the only entry. Other nations were probably still stuck in their instances, with only us speedrunning it. While I was looking, another line leapt up. Your nation's army has decided to execute a replica war, reopening the previous round's apocalypse war, difficulty unchanged. The replica war's penalties don't affect your nation's survivors, and the rewards go solely to your nation's army. Huh, I startled. Not resting, but fighting a replica war too? These people got addicted to shelling, didn't they? I roughly grasped the country's calculus. It had discovered the trick of the replica war and had the frenzy demons measure. F-rank's bit of difficulty was practically no pressure for the nation. Even if the rewards were thin as a mosquito's leg, it beat idly waiting 20 days. And if it racked up enough wins, what if an industrial system restoration reward dropped? That was something that directly fed the army's logistics. Put simply, the country's stance was one line. No need to rest. Fighting F-rank is no different from resting. Keep fighting, scrape up whatever rewards you can, snowball it. If the country's working this hard, I can't slack off too much either. I clench my fist. I'm going to be a proper shut-in and earnestly kill time. Sounds absurd, but for me, the way to grow stronger was precisely lying flat and waiting. Just as I was about to flop back to sleep, another prompt leapt up before my eyes. Day after day, can a guy get any sleep? Damn, who'd Lin you take out? A talent under your command engaged another shelter in battle and won. As you were not present, the primary talent decided. Talent Lin Yu chose to destroy the shelter. You inherited 358 remaining survival points. Item inheritance. Failed. Lin Yu had made her move. Lying at home doing nothing, and over 300 points landed in my account. This beat dispatch by a mile. 3 dispatch missions a day netted 30 points, while destroying one shelter got over 300. Where'd they fight? What's the situation? Shame I had no long-range comms. I could only wait for them to come back. I flopped back onto the bed, and just as I drowsed off, another flashed before my eyes. Talent, Lin Yu destroyed a shelter, inherited 563 points. Item inheritance succeeded. D-rank, miracle bread tree, E-rank, butterfly shirt. Huh? Over 500 again? Did they raid a bandit's lair? 2 prompts, barely half an hour apart. Which meant Lin Yu had destroyed 2 shelters back-to-back almost without a breather, most likely close together, like my own building. So the next half hour, will there be more? I gave up on sleeping and silently counted the time. Half an hour later. Talent, Lin Yu destroyed a shelter, inherited 100 points. Sure enough, another one. Confirmed, she really is wiping out a den. It had to be a whole building's worth of shelter cluster for her to tear them down in a row like this. The whole night that followed, I didn't shut my eyes. Every time I got a bit drowsy, a new prompt would pop up. Lin Yu had torn down another. This kept on until daybreak, then gradually stopped. Damn, killing all night long. I opened the panel and glanced at the points. Before Lin Yu left, I'd had only 86. After this one night, 4,788 points. Over 4,000 points raked in overnight. That efficiency left dispatch 10 streets behind. Damn, I'm rich. I couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of my mouth no matter how hard I tried. I'd finally tasted Brother Lee's old joy. Lin Yu had absolutely torn down a whole building. Even if most thugs in it had no points, destroying one level 0 shelter guaranteed 100. An old building with 20 or 30 units. The guarantee alone was 2 or 3,000, plus whatever the thugs had each saved up, adding to 4 or 5,000. Not surprising. Sir, you still haven't slept? A soft, tender murmur came from beside me. Xiaozi had woken, black hair tousled, eyes drowsy, an alluring charm in her languor. Can't sleep. Lin Yu did something big. Over 4,000 points. She dug up over 4,000 for me in one night. My excitement hadn't faded. Quick, Xiaozi, tell me, how should I spend this many points? I sure couldn't end up like Brother Lee's crew, dead with their points still unspent. What a waste. That many. She propped herself up and leaned languidly against my shoulder. How exactly to spend it, I can't say for sure either. I haven't fully grasped that apocalypse game yet. But going by the present, to secure your safety, sir, we have to fortify this building to death. You are the shelter's core. Building a shelter on par with a fortress is the proper business. She toyed with my fingers, head lowered, then suddenly said, "Haven't you always been muttering about a power system, sir? Let's use the research room, and on the premise of covering basic living, stack up the armament as much as possible." The place I used to be at always had defenses like machine guns and gun emplacements. If we had those too, the safety factor could multiply several times over. Of course, what we guard against isn't just people, but natural disasters too. Thoroughly put. Stripped of everything, the most precious thing in the shelter was me. Without me, the whole board collapses. To protect me, defense was the top priority. I opened the tech tree, its dense rows of projects spreading out. Xiaozi couldn't see them, so I read each one to her, then listened to her analysis. Back and forth, tallying it up, I settled on a few. Basic power system, 1,000 points small-scale generation facility plus construction tech, supplies the shelter to a normal residential power level, can support 10 rooms, special rooms accepted. Self-sufficient water resource system, 1,000 points small reservoir, auto-fills daily, supplies daily water for up to 50 residents. Water points throughout the shelter can extend outward. These two I'd had my eye on for a long time. Once lit up, there'd be ready-made treasures to use, water and power freedom. Stack on the purifier, the freezer, the greenhouse, and the shelter's life could nearly be pulled back to before the apocalypse. 2,000 gone. The rest goes to defense. I switched to the defense category, and a screen full of fortification and weapon projects refreshed. Shelter main structure defense module, 1,500 points exterior fitted with multi-level sealed doors, biometric. A 4-meter fully enclosing iron wall, an electrified wall mesh, 12-channel all-weather smart cameras. Overall reinforcement of the main structure, cold dash, heat dash, blast dash, and quake resistant. Must ensure no other shelter within a 100-meter radius of the main structure. Automated sentry system, 1,000 points rapidly deploys 20 automatic machine guns inside and outside the shelter, auto IFF, switchable alert/manual control. Each starts with 1,000 rounds, needs timely resupply. With the 2 defense sets added, my freshly acquired 4,000 plus points. In a blink, we're down to 374. I let out a long breath. The feeling of spending money is so damn good. Well, spent it all. I'd made my picks and was about to pay, but Xiaozi frowned. "Sir, aren't there over 300 left? Why not spend it all?" She blinked. "Don't tell me. You're saving it for raiders to come grab?" "Right. Good point. Not 1 point left. Spend it all. As long as it fortifies the shelter and saves lives, however much I throw in is worth it." Well said. Military funds saved and used are just war reparations handed to others. I started browsing again. Let me look more. This one's exactly 350 done. Underground isolation module, 350 points derives an underground space beneath the main building. Holds 10 people, no extra facilities, but with stronger disaster resistance. A way out. If it really came to a dead end, ducking in there might buy a sliver of a chance. Xiaozi nodded in agreement. Here's hoping the day we use it never comes. I made the call, selected everything, and bought it all in bulk. Golden light burst out from beneath my feet, rapidly flooding the whole building, wrapping the entire residential block in. The girls inside were all dumbstruck. A few blinks, and the golden light faded. The whole building was reborn. The 2 empty rooms on the 6th floor. One had a 2-meter-tall, honeycomb-shaped generation unit rise from nothing, circuits burrowing into the walls and vanishing. The other was filled into a giant reservoir brimming with clean water, pipes auto-connecting to every unit in the building. The projects I'd bought acted on the main structure, and though my shelter occupied only the 6th floor, the main structure was the whole building. So the entire building transformed together. The surveillance terminal was set right by my bed, several tiled screens taking in every view of the building. Inside the walls of each floor were firing ports for the automatic machine guns. The control merged with the surveillance. The wall could open and close, hiding the gun ports completely. Outside the building was even more dramatic. A ring of 4-meter-tall solid iron wall sprang up from nothing, sealing off this open-style old building entirely, with electric arc crackling wire mesh wound along the top. A veritable military restricted zone. Even if someone climbed in, the multi-level sealed iron door at the entrance could block them. Far more formidable than the one Leah welded, heavy as a bank vault, gleaming with cold metallic light. In the surveillance screens, the girls had erupted in commotion. The boldest, Sister Lee, edged up to the iron door, and before she even touched it, an electronic synth voice sounded from within. Beep. Biometric, shelter resident, identity valid, recorded. Do you wish to leave? I want to go out and look around. Click. The iron door slowly opened with a hiss of white vapor. Sending you off. Please mind your safety outside. A few girls outside the door were stunned silly, as if they'd fallen into a sci-fi film. Right after, someone came sprinting all the way down from upstairs, shouting at the top of their lungs. We've got power. We've got water. That one shout instantly blew up the whole building. The next second, the girls scattered, rushing back to their own rooms like mad. Click, click, click. Lights came on one after another. AC units hummed to life. Power's on. I can charge my phone. Water's running from the tap. Sisters, we've finally come back to life. Screams and cheers rang out everywhere. Some even charged into the bathroom with the lights on, gleefully dousing themselves with cool water. All of this fell into the surveillance screen before me. Several split screens were showing baths. I awkwardly looked away and coughed. Shoutsy, this surveillance is way too invasive of privacy, isn't it? No, sir, it's the most useful thing. Shoutsy was dead serious. In extraordinary times, you're the shelter's leader. You have both the right and the duty to watch every corner, every person. These days, no one should keep a blind spot before you. That's irresponsible towards security and a potential threat to you. She didn't care at all whether I'd seen anything. Her eyes held only the big picture and my safety. You're right, I'm too old-fashioned. I laughed and let it go. Sir, I think it's time to set some new rules, like water conservation. She frowned at the screen. They need to know how precious water is. Can't squander it like this. It's fine. First day, let them indulge once. I looked at the screen and said calmly, even I miss the days of water and power. They've suffered enough too, and a bath doesn't use much water. The water system supported 50 people's daily use, and the reservoir auto-filled each day. I had that confidence. Sir, you're too soft-hearted. She shook her head, but didn't press further. I could tell she knew better than anyone. It was precisely this bit of soft-heartedness in me that made her willing to pull out a few more talents worth of effort for me. But willing was willing. She'd still do the long-term math all the same. The reservoir water can be hauled out, right? She said, a thought striking her. Set up a few more storage spots. Haul out the water saved each day and stockpile it. Squeeze that autofill dry. Good idea. Your mind's always half a beat faster than mine. Ordinary folk were still wrapped in the ecstasy of water and power returning, while she'd already worked out how to milk this advantage to the last drop. If you permit, sir, I'll go replan right away and refine the rules while I'm at it. Sure, do as you see fit. I trust you completely. I'd long tested the talent's loyalty. As long as I didn't do anything reckless, they wouldn't betray. Yes, sir. She rose and strode out, paused suddenly at the door, and looked back. Sir, there's one more thing. Before she finished, she froze. She saw half my body still seated in the surveillance chair, while my upper body had already leaned over to the computer desk beside it, booting it up. The tower hummed softly, the screen lit, and an anime girl wallpaper reflected into her eyes. Shoutsy, something else? I turned back. Sir. She suddenly smiled and shook her head. It's nothing. I'll get everything handled. So I carry on. I pointed at the computer. The smile at her lips grew gentler. Sir, have fun. With that, she drifted out the door. Whether or not it was my imagination, I hazily heard low laughter outside the door. What a playful big boy. I blinked. Was that a compliment? Whatever. After holding it in this long. Let's get to it. Today I'm doing nothing but gaming. For a shut-in, what's the most fun? Games, of course. The computer had power, but with the global internet down, online games were out of the question. Luckily, my hard drive was packed with a pile of single-player blockbusters, all multi-playthrough and replayable, enough to mess around with for ages. Bored of those, there were the bottom-of-the-trunk treasures. Bored of even those. Worst case, it'd be Minesweeper and Solitaire to serve me. I figured that by the day I'd played this computer to where I never wanted to turn it on, my shelter would probably already be strong beyond measure, because before then, it'd first have to burn through a massive amount of my time. Like right now. Felt like I'd played only a few rounds when the unfailing daily noon prompt came again. Talent reward triggered, obtained C-rank entertainment item, villain warning device. Villain warning device. Wear it on your person. If anyone nearby harbors malice toward you or the shelter, or a subordinate is disloyal, it turns red. If no one means you harm, it's blued. Why give me this kind of thing? It was like a watch strap, fit right on the wrist, and came with a digital clock thrown in, an electronic watch, an alarm entertainment item, and in the talent's view, this is what I lack most right now. I thought about it, and it really was. As the shelter grew, Shoutsy's power behind the throne setup would surely speed up, with population climbing. Talent's loyalty was guaranteed, but what about those ordinary residents? Loyal now, but later? Hearts change. If a mole slipped in and I had no way to sense it, that'd be a planted time bomb. Only a dozen some people, and it already kits me out with a hard detector. This talent really gets me. I got up and went floor by floor to test it. The detection range was 50 meters in diameter. Standing in the stairwell, I covered the whole floor. Going from the 6th floor down to the 1st in a loop, the watch strap stayed blue the whole time, never changing. All still loyal, no bad intentions. This thing's great. A daily stroll, and I can read everyone's heart. I went back to the room and resumed gaming. The shelter was perfectly peaceful, so I could only keep killing time. One playthrough, and another afternoon was gone. It was only as the sky darkened that I came to. Why aren't Lin Yu and the others back yet? And no more point prompts, so they should have stopped fighting. Why aren't they home yet? Did something happen on the way? Just as I was about to get up and find Xiaozi, I glanced down and noticed the watch strap had turned red. I paused, looked again, blue. Moments later, red again. Within a few minutes it flickered rapidly back and forth, finally settling on blue. What's going on? Apocalypse game items shouldn't break easily. Did something happen with the girls? Did they turn malicious toward me? My heart tightened. This was no small matter. Even the sturdiest dam can be ruined by one ant nest. Threats hidden in the shadows, moving silently, are the deadliest. No good. I need to get to the bottom of this. As I headed out, I flipped through the watch strap's description and sure enough found a key line. Detection has a lag. Even if a threatening party changes their mind, the warning signal will linger a moment. If the signal flickers frequently, it means the threatening party is at the edge of the detection range, due to a weak signal. My head snapped up, looking toward the wall outside the window. The 50-meter limit. Isn't that exactly at the wall's edge? It's not the girls. An uninvited guest has come to the door. The words had barely left me when hurried footsteps came from the rooftop and a young lookout girl came rushing down in a panic. "Greetings, Commander." She ran into me and saluted in a fluster. "What's happened?" "Commander, I just saw from up top." She pointed at the rooftop, then outside. So nervous, she kept swallowing. "Those 3 people, they're back." "Which 3? "The subway station. The night we slept at the subway station. The 3 who went missing." I raised an eyebrow. I knew about this. When the girls were first driven out by me, they'd huddled together at a subway station for a night and lost 3 people. Now, those 3 missing ones had come back on their own. Just the 3 of them. I touched the watch strap. She nodded hard, a little at a loss. "Commander, should we let them in?" There was excitement on her face, and a trace of guilt too. Clearly, she still counted those 3 as sisters. "No rush. Call Xiaozi. I'll wait for her on the rooftop." 10 minutes later, I stood on the rooftop and looked down through Li Yu's crude telescope. On the street outside the wall, 3 women in tattered clothes paced back and forth. Faces full of terror, huddled together, neither leaving nor quite daring to approach, only studying the wall along its length. I looked down at the watch strap. Each time they got closer to the wall, it turned red, then immediately blue again. Looks like a weak signal. This anomaly was brought by these 3 women. They were originally residents of this building, so knowing the way home wasn't strange. But why would they harbor malice toward this place? Footsteps came from behind. I turned to see Xiaozi leading 3 women onto the rooftop, one of them still gripping a gun, her expression tense. "Why'd you bring a gun up?" That was the submachine pistol Lin Yu used to carry. Sir, I feel the visitors mean no good. Xiaozi stood shoulder to shoulder with me and raised another telescope. Outsiders have surely seen this building's changes too. Look at their expressions. They want to come in, want to pay us a visit. For the missing ones to return at exactly this moment is no coincidence. This visit, I'm afraid, is no good thing. The judgment was rather subjective, and the woman beside her clearly half believed it. But I knew Xiaozi's instinct couldn't be wrong. They do mean ill, only I can't quite tell what they want. I shook the watch strap on my wrist at her, didn't explain, and only asked, "Those three. What's your idea?" "Sir, let them in." Xiaozi stared past the wall, her voice level. "We've most likely already been marked. There's no guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. Hidden dangers must be pulled out proactively. And Lin Yu and the others? When are they back?" Before they set out, I set the latest time, half an hour at most, home on the dot. She paused, then fished a small remote button from her pocket and handed it to me. It was the control button for the automatic machine guns firing ports in my room. So thoughtful. Even with Lin Yu gone, this fully upgraded shelter feared no most enemies. 20 automatic machine guns firing at once, and even an immortal couldn't escape. Then let them in, and we'll see. I gripped the button, glanced again at the women beside her. No problem. Everything's negotiable. Problem. They die. Xiaozi finished, her gaze sweeping over the faces of the few women beside her. That was a silent warning. This spy mistress understood working people's hearts best. Bringing a few up at a time like this was perfect for giving them a little reminder on the spot.